and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the Wardy TV Monday number 3. I'm, of course, your side VIP, and with me, I'm joined by these amazing players, the people in the chat, and by my beautiful plushies as well. Welcome. It has been a week. It's been a week since our last Wardy TV. It's been, what, 7 hours since our last cast? Hasn't been too long at all, around 8 hours or so since our last cast, but we are here, we are back, our second broadcast of the day, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have our Canadian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Representing Basilisk, it is Trigger. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Vitality, it is Solar. Alas, I do apologize for the quality of the sound for the fanfare, and I do apologize for not actually showing any names in game as well. The application that we use for the intros is currently not working, so a bit of a feels bad, man. Does mean that actually I think this is the first time I'm going to be casting without casting tool in years. I think ever. Yeah, so I do apologize for that. I do apologize. Basically, whenever the application isn't working, I usually restart my PC before we go live, but I wasn't able to this time. I wasn't able to today, so I was running a little bit late. So yeah, for the first time in a long time, unfortunately, no setup there, no casting tool. Smoge, baby, smoge. But regardless, we should still be able to at least conduct some predictions. Should be able to. There we go. Okay, there we go. If you're in the chat, predictions should now be open. Place your bets on how you think the series will unfold. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. Well, now that we're going to be settling in, this is going to be a standard opener. It's going to be a gate expand into Cybercore, standard opener out of Trigger. Likewise, a solo going hatch gas pool as well. So far, everything's looking as it should. Again, we were able to feature Trigger last night. He was competing in the Sparkling Tuna Cup, and now he is here 2 days in a row with the Wardy TV Monday. Here we go. Now, for those that are curious, Trigger is residing in the land of South Korea. He's been in Korea for a couple of months at this point, and I do believe he plans on sticking around, and he plans on staying in Korea for as long as he can. And because of that, he's able to compete in these tournaments and events like Sparkling Tuna Cup, the Wardy TV Mondays, in a lot of these online events. So it's great to see that Trigger has been, of course, making use of staying in Korea, been very active on the ladder, been very active on the online tournament scene, and we'll see how it can compare to Solar. It wasn't too long ago, it was last week where Trigger did defeat Shin in the Orsasaurus Cup. Can he bring down Solar though? Solar is a bit of a level up. I mean, to be fair, Solar has been on a bit of a break. Solar has been on a bit of a vacation post EWC. He's been enjoying his time free from Protoss. He did post that lovely image of Solar on a beachside, being like, life without Protoss. Zen, papi, zen. It's beautiful, beautiful. But now, Solar's back, and now Protoss. Oh no. Void Ray opener back at home, so it's going to be a Void Ray start for Trigger. With this, Trigger is going to be able to hunt down the Overlords and keep Solar in the dark as to what's going on. And the question becomes, what does Trigger go for in the aftermath? This can be Void Ray into a Fleet Beacon, into Tempest, could be into Second Stargate, could be into a Fast Twilight Council into Glaives, or it could be into a third base, into a Forge and Twilight Council, into a standard game. The benefit here for Trigger is the kind of ambiguity that he surrounds himself in, is the fact that Solar is in the dark. The Overlord is hunted down. Now, what I do mostly appreciate of this Void Ray opener is how the series plays out. If Trigger goes for a Void Ray opener every single game, and every game does something different, or just only does something different in game 2 or game 3, it's just a great way to kind of make use of the opener, make use of the series, and play some mind games with your opponent. As the Void Ray does hit the third, slipping to the mineral line, will be able to threaten the mineral line and does force that Neva chamber. At the Eva chamber, Oracle into the natural. So far, Solar is keeping up. Oh, it's going to be one drone kill so far, just the one. And behind this, it's going to be a Twilight Council and a delayed Forge for Trigger. Interesting. Third base still on the way. This is going to be a later Twilight Council. Okay, there we go. Forge now in production. This should be +1 in either Blink or Charge. looks like a standard follow-up here for Trigger. I'm leaning towards charge, but we'll see. Oh. Ooh, that's a nice kill on the shield battery. Nice pick up here out of Solar. Likewise, double Oracle hitting the natural. We'll get another drone kill, but just the one worker so far. Oracle does take a lot of hull damage. Behind this, it is going to be Pulse on and Blink, so standard follow-up here out of Trigger. Going for a handful of gateways, establishing his third, and everything's looking as it should. Everything's looking quite standard here from Trigger. This is where I also look forward to game number 2 for another Void Ray opener to see if he commits to a standard game again, or does something different. Meanwhile, Solo going for his Roach Warren. Oracles, they commit. Ooh, they get 3 drone kills. One of the Oracles does finally go down. It's going to be 5 drones for an Oracle. Not the best trade for Trigger. Considering I believe Trigger only made 2 Oracles as well. Yeah, just the 1 Oracle remaining for Trigger. Interesting. Trigger behind this, not going into Colossus production, not a Robo, but instead going to be a Templar Archives. So Trigger initially going +1 Blink Stalkers into Charged Archon Storm. Storm going to be his splash damage of choice. Meanwhile, Solar still droning up. Again, playing it safe with the Roach Warren, +1 melees on the way. Lair about to finish, and with this lair, we should be working towards Hydras and Lurkers. Hydra Lurker should be on the horizon here for Solar. Oracle gets denied. Roach speed is being researched here. Okay, so Solar playing it safe. Going into Roaches. And outside of that, Solar being relatively passive. Dipping in with some links for the most part. Trigger is keeping up for the most part. There we go. Is on hold position. Uh-oh. And I assumed Solo would be droning, but alas, he's getting up to 71 workers, and that is Overlord speed on the way. Oh. Solar is going to be more aggressive here. He's building up Roach Ravager, more Lings, more Overlords on the way. Soon to be Mass Dropalord. Solar is going to be committing. Yeah, speaking of, they're the Dropalords. They're now on the way. Again, Overlord speed was the sign of aggression. Solar's going to be cutting workers here at 70. That is just over 3 base saturation. And he's going to be maxing out and committing here with a quite committed push. Ravagers, Roaches, Lings, Queens. It's all coming together. There we go. The Dropalord is moving out. And it's going to be on Trigger to survive this. Now, Trigger is setting up a wall of cannons at the 4th base. Well, what about the 3rd? 3rd, only 2 cannons, 1 shield battery, 1 overcharge. Storm is done. The Lings are spotted. And Solar does hit the 4th. But the cannons need a little bit more time. And now the shield battery is denied. Stalkers rotating over. Queens have been dropped in. And that is a bit of an Artosis pylon. Yeah, the pylon goes down. Backup pylon behind this. Let's go. Overcharge stands strong, and here come the storms. Oh, not quite yet. Yeah, the High Templar, they need a little bit more time. And oh, Solar, he's going to be able to fend this back. I will try to use a VPN after this. I got you. But so far, the side defense is going to be depowered. Solar pushing in. Last with the stasis trap, though. It looks like Trigger is going to be able to hold on. And Trigger, he is holding just barely. The final cannon does fall. The Queens have been holding their own. Boys being pulled. Actually, backup cannons still standing strong. Trigger cleaning up the Lings, getting on top of the Ravagers. He's almost there. Casito. So close. Yeah, Solar, he's now forced to back up. Trigger trading well. Forces back the army. Does bleed off 9 workers, but still has a worker lead. Trigger does have the advantage. Shuts down the Queens. Gets 1, gets 2. Queens do fall. Trigger overextending for a moment here. Has to be careful on creep. Yeah, Lings are coming first round. The Immortals are exposed. No! He gets 1. Solar picks up 1 Immortal, gets a 2nd Immortal as well. Massive overextension from Trigger. Ay. Yeah, bleeding off his high-tech units. Again, he defended well here back at home, but losing 2 Immortals was brutal. And the scary thing here is that Solar is not droning. Solar, he has not made a worker in a couple of minutes at this point. At 69 workers, nice. Now with the Bailey Nest, Bailey Speed's on the way, and Solar, he's remaxing and he's coming in for the second wave, for the second round. And Trigger, he's going to be down to Immortals. He's down to Immortals, does have some High Templar banking up energy. They still need more time. And here comes the army. Here comes that second wave. And once again, the High Templar, they're not ready. Trigger needs a couple more seconds. Boys being pulled away. Bailey's crashing into the shield batteries. One High Templar goes down. A second High Templar as well. The storm's finally coming in. But they were forced to go up on the Ling Bane. And not the best trades from Trigger. Fourth base is under fire. But it looks like with the reinforcements, Trigger, he should be able to shut this down. But the base! Nexus falls. Nexus goes down. Solar, he got what he wanted. Barely did get the expansion. Even catching another Immortal. And now the ball's really rolling for Solar. Now he can just do that again. He can back off, remax, rebuild, come in for the third wave. This time the fourth base was broken. Trigger is stuck on a 3-base economy. It's going to get harder and harder here on forward for Trigger. If he had saved his fourth, I mean, he would be in a much better position, but now Trigger's up against the wall. Solar pushing in once again. There are 3 storms available. All 3 storms to get used. Bailings, they shut down the cannons and shield batteries. Not enough Lings left over. Some more Ling Bane trickling in. Trigger, he's holding on. Up. And Ice Blink shutting down some of those Ravagers. Another storm coming in clutch. But barely not enough storms. Barely not. Another Immortal, the Archons do fall as well. Yeah, again, Trigger, he was so close to holding against this. So close to making a defense out of this, but alas, is double expanding, rebuilding his bases. Solar, he's going to be denied here at the 4th base. I believe Solar, he hasn't scattered. He hasn't seen the 5th. Oh. Okay. If Trigger can buy a little bit more time, he can make use of that 5th base. It's going to be okay. Until that happens, things that hit the mineral line. Bailey's rolling in once again. And going for the sack defense. Solar still just has barely enough. Gets the Archon, zones away the Stalkers, takes down the cannon. And as the Lings hit with the Stalkers, the mineral line is exposed. 17 probes going down. The 3rd base has been broken. So Trigger doing what he can, again trying to hold his own, but he lost all of his Stalkers. He's down to 2 Stalkers left. I mean, it's barely an army. Immortal goes down. And Solar has done it. From here, he can rotate towards the 4th, towards the 5th base. I mean, he's still not aware of it. It is keeping Trigger in this game. And again, Trigger, he knows how close he was to holding. He knows, man. Holding the 4th, I mean, earlier. Slowly just rotates, heads towards the 4th. And there's just not much here to defend. There's a handful of Stalkers, mineral line is exposed. And the overcharge is depowered. That's another base falling. 22 workers, the expansion. Trigger pulling back the miles. Oh, they take down the Void Ray. There's a Zealot counterattack going on at the same time, but alas, there's just not enough to work with. And GG gets called. Solar will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. A very close game, to be honest. A lot of it did come down to the defense at the 4th, as we did mention before. Did come down to that. And a lot of it, I want to say, kind of came down to the fact that, Trigger, he lost 2 Immortals a little bit prematurely before the big fight had occurred. He did overextend, was caught out in the open. Likewise, because of that, just wasn't able to buy enough time for his high Templar to gather energy. It was just very close defense. Regardless, GG, well played. Solo takes a lead, and now we're jumping into game number 2. Jumping into that second game. Also, a shout out to Slammer. Gaha, Bobby Gah. Thank you so much to Slammer for rating. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the Wardy TV Monday number 3. Oh, we are mid-series here, jumping into game 2. Sola has a lead. We'll see if we can hold on to it. Here we go. Go. So getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. It doesn't sound good. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg. It is Solar. But again, unfortunately today, no trumpets. No trumpets. No intros either. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Feels incomplete. I don't think I've ever casted without it, to be honest. I think the first time in like, what, 5 years? First time in 5 years casting without the intro. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But again, I do apologize. For those that are curious, the application that we use for the intros isn't working. Usually, whenever that happens, I just restart the PC before the stream, and then then it works. But I was running a little bit late today, so we had already gone live, and I didn't have the time to restart the PC. So, smooch. Feels bad, man. So because of that, there won't be scores out of game, and I'll have to work a little bit harder for things like predictions and stuff like that. I have to manually set up predictions and manually set up the stream title. But it's all good. It's all good. For now, we're settling into game 2. We are settling in. And again, Trigger did not look too bad at all in that last game. Was weathering the storm for the most part. Again, a lot of it did come down to that second attack at the 4th base. And once the 4th was broken, that was kind of game then and there. That was what that was what Solo was looking for, and what Trigger was trying to deny. Now we're settling into game 2. Now, what I mentioned before still applies here. I do like the idea of Trigger once again going for a Stargate opener into Void Ray, and this time going for something a little bit cheekier, making it look like the same build, but really doing something far different, far more devious, if you will. Like Glaive Adept follow-up, DTs. So we'll see if he does embrace that Void Ray for a second time. It's what I'm hoping for, but we'll see. Where it does fall. Grind just doesn't stop for live VIP. Never. I think the only days we take off in the year are during the Christmas break. Like a couple of weeks, maybe like the final week of the year and then like the first week of next year, sort of like period of time. It's usually it's usually our only break from casting. Oh, as this time it is going to be an Oracle first from Trigger. Okay. Here's something more standard. Link Scout does confirm. Solo, he's aware of the Stargate. He's aware of the Oracle. Adepts say shade into the main base. Lings are in position and they will lock down one of the Adepts. The Adepts goes down. Trigger has to pull back. From here, Solar, he's gained map control. Upon killing one of the Adepts, it also forces Trigger to stay back at home. It means his third base is going to be vulnerable. As we can see, Solar didn't make extra lings, just has his initial 6, but that is still going to be enough that will delay the expansion. Going for the probe. Oh, we'll get it. Probe goes down. Nice delay. All across the map. Trigger does dip in between the bases. Second Oracle's moving out. Third base now has been thrown down. And it is going to be a triple Oracle into a third, into a Twilight Council, and Forge. We're calming things down. Oh! Hello. Solar accidentally pinging. Do love to see it. What I will say as well is that Oceanborn is known for all-ins. We've seen many of Roach Queen based all-in on Oceanborn, and Solar, as we saw in the last game, is not opposed to embracing that. Keep an eye on him. Oracles, they get into the natural. They get, well, not bad, 6 drone kills. 6 workers go down. The Oracles get away. Meanwhile, Oracle into the main base as well. Gets another 4 kills. Oh my god. Not bad. Bad at all. Getting another couple of drones. Trigger a lot more successful this time. Get 11 worker kills in total. Behind this is third base is safe and sound. Twilight Council's on the way. There's that Forge, +1 and Blink, as I did mention. Extended follow-up. Now, because Solar's lost so many workers already, he might just be forced to drone up to 66, get a 4th base just for lava, and just go for a 3 base all in. That would make sense here given the game state for Solar. But we'll see how many more drones go down. You'd have to say shade into the natural, more workers falling. Solar getting pulled apart. We'll shut down these Adepts, finally. Meanwhile, it's going to be the same build for Trigger. I mean, I say same build. The same kind of end goal here for Trigger. Working towards Storm, working towards High Templar. Things moving out. 4th base has been taken. Solar is droning up to 3 base saturation. Ooh, okay, he's not going for roaches. I mean, he is, but he's going for the Spire. Okay, cheeky move here out of Solar. Going into Mutas. If this goes unscouted, I mean, this could end the game. Before that does occur, Trigger applying some pressure. It's the 3rd. Setting up stasis traps behind this. The Spire is halfway done. And I am concerned. I mean, the Oracles aren't harassing anymore. Now they're kind of being a more supportive unit with the main army. Which means this might just go unscouted. Uh-oh. Trigger denies service here. Has some lings. Spire is about to finish. Back at home, Trigger, he's not quite ready for this. Natural and the main base are exposed. Now, Trigger will have at least Blink Stalker, so he can react, he can respond. But there's a lot of potential for Solar to get economic damage done. As he's going to be forced to recall. Trigger recalls back home. Solar getting +1 air attack. Has still not made any mutas. No mutas on the way. Leagues hit the natural. Main army towards the 4th. Keeping Trigger busy. And Trigger is hitting safety cannons. Okay. Safety cannons in the main and the natural. 12 mutas in production. They're only cannons though, no shield batteries. Oh, and Force and Storm, these are brutal losses. Yeah, 3 High Templar go down. A bit of a rough movement there from Trigger. That was 1 High Templar and an Archon was forced to be morphed in. That means that many less Storms available for Trigger. That was a bit of a waste. I mean, he had to. As the Roaches did get on top of him, mutas are revealed. And they're headed for the natural. And again, we have Sag Defense. There's a cannon, there's a shield battery, there's a warp in. Trigger, he holds. He is keeping up. Meanwhile, Solar, he's doubling down. He's still making more Muta. Getting up to how many? 17 Mutas. Soon to be 22. Plus 1 air attack is almost done. Solar diving into the main. Sorry, into the natural. Will shut down the cannon. Overcharged too little too late. Cannon goes down. Shield battery as well. Main army has to respond at the same time. Solar pushing in. Storms do connect on the roaches. Not bad. Roaches are softened up. Mutas in the main. Getting 13 probe kills. 13 workers go down. Watching out a Phoenix. Trigger trying to collapse on this. Again, having a hard time keeping up. And Solar, he's reinforcing here with Lings with still more Mutas. Jeez. Solar, he's committed. Forces out an Archon. Oh, not bad. The Mutas, oh my god, the Mutas, calm down. Yeah, they take a lot of hits. A lot of Mutas do fall. Ay, 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 that was what? 9 Mutas. 10. 10 Mutas go down. Last, we have a second flock here in between the bases. Solar does force another Archon. There's 2 High Templar left, 2 Storms. And Trigger, if he ever does move out across the map, Solar just doesn't really have much to defend. His army is mainly Muta. It's Muta-ling. A handful of Storms is all Trigger would need. For now, though, he's still building up. Solar's maxed out. So it's the natural. Trigger's in position. Likewise, Lings are deflected. Trigger, he's defending well. But it's still on a knife's edge. And Solar coming in for the surround. He does force out the Storms. And he gets the High Templar, the Archon, and the Immortals. Another High Templar gets targeted. And Solar being so sure to snipe every High Templar whenever he can. And Storms would ruin him. And I believe there is zero there's 0 High Templar left. Oof. But 0 High Templar remaining here for Trigger. Just now warping 1 in. On top of that, without any High Templar, I don't know if Trigger has any, like, counterattack potential. If he was able to build up, I want to say, like, 4, maybe 5 High Templar with 1 Storm each, then he can push. He's catching up some Stalkers. They create an opening, head for the natural. Shield battery's going down, cannon as well. Lings ahead into the main. These do take a lot of damage. You have it overcharged in the main base. Trigger, he's holding. Doesn't actually lose too much. Here to say, catch the Phoenix. Trigger back up to 3 High Templar. Up to 7. They're morphing in. And they are gathering up a lot of energy. Trigger, he is getting ready. If Solar doesn't reset the High Templar count once again, then he's going to be in trouble. Does he have Bailey Speed? He does. Bailey Speed is done. Bailey seems to be rolling in. Ling Muta does hit the natural waste at the same time. Bailey's they're going for the mineral lines. They're going for the 4th, and they will get in. Oof. And the mineral line is annihilated. Trigger's economy gets crippled. And does he counterattack? So Trigger has maybe... He's still making more Immortals. I'm a little bit concerned with the Immortal counts. Like, Archons and Stalkers are more of what we need. Now this Trigger's still stuck defending. High Templar. Oh! Forced out a Storm. Templar do survive. Okay. And here we go. This is the moment. Trigger finally feeling confident enough. He has an army. He's pushing. Now as he moves out. Oh, the Mutas are kept up with. Oh, 2 High Templar do fall. But the Muses take a lot of damage. The Archon shots. Oh no! The Archon gets so much done. GG gets called, and Trigger, he survives the meter aggression, and we are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. Let's go. GG, well played. We are going to game number 3. Again, Trigger, he was able to keep up. Even though he didn't scout the Spire, he did have safety cannons in his mineral lines. I'm pretty sure they were thrown down just in case we had Ling run-bys. Alas, the Mutas, they didn't really get much done. They got, I want to say, was it 13 probes? They got 13 workers, but for the most part, Trigger was able to keep up and able to build up a mass amount of Archons and, of course, Storm towards the end as well. Did just snowball out of control, and as we saw, Solar, he was on a bit of a timer there. He, in a sense, a bit of a timer. The Ling Muta needed to trade better. He needed to get more mineral lines, needed to pick off more high-tech units. He needed to snowball out of control, and he wasn't quite able to. Wasn't able to deal that critical damage that he was hoping. Solar did get a mineral line at the end with the Banelings, but we needed that so much sooner, so much earlier. Not good enough. Now we're going to game 3. Let's go. Let us go. Here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, tying up the series 1-1 and forcing the ace match. It is Trigger. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the red Zerg player from South Korea, representing Team Vitality. It is Solar. We go. Here we go, as we are going to be settling in. We have Solar going for a hatch gas pull, standard opener, force safety, unnatural, natural, and Trigger hasn't really done anything too crazy so far. Game 1 and Game 2 have been quite similar. I mean, the openers were different. If you remember, in Game 1, Trigger did open up Void Ray. Game 2, Trigger opened up Triple Oracle. Something that we should also emphasize as well is that Trigger did have a much cleaner and much stronger early game in Game 2. If you remember, he was able to kill so many drones with his Oracle Harass, with his Adept Harass. He killed up to 16 workers. It was impressive. Very impressive early game from Trigger, which allowed him to settle into 3-4 bases quite nicely on Oceanborn, weather the storm in more ways than one. Did quite well. It's going to be on Solar to tighten up. We shall see. Now, no intros. Now I don't know who's who. True. How do we know, Papi? How do we know? Not gonna lie, I feel empty. Like, zooming in and not having the fanfare, it's like, what am I? Like an ESL stream? Like, it's, it's soulless, Papi. It's incomplete. Shaking my head. Feels bad, man. And oh my god, we do see Trigger is mixing it up. Okay, it's going to be a gate expand into Cybercore into a Twilight Council opener. Now, this could be a couple of different things. This could be into Glaive Adepts. This could be into a Dark Shrine, into DTs. It could be a combination of the two. A lot of it will depend on whether or not Trigger does pull out of gas. We'll see what Trigger does commit into, as he is staying in. Okay, I'm leaning more towards a Dark Shrine then. As we have 3 and 3. 6 gases. Or 6 workers mining gas. You do not need this much gas if you're going into Glaive Adepts, unless you go for a 2-base all-in. I'm referring to up to 6 gateways. And Trigger does pull out. Link comes in for a fresh scout. A nice moment for Solar. And Solar sees everything. He gets eyes on the entirety of the main base, gets eyes on the researching Twilight Council. Trigger's pulling back in. Kind of. I'm getting mixed signals here. Okay, Trigger does pull back in, which means this could be 6k Glaive Adepts. For now it's 4. Or it could be Glaive Adepts and Dark Templar. Like, again, you usually don't need this much gas unless you're investing into something greater here. And I'm imagining that's going to be a Dark Shrine. But we'll see. We'll see if it is going to be the Dark Shrine. For now, back at home, Solo throws down a safety Roach Warren. Again, he knows he needs it. He's aware of the Glaive Adepts. He's setting up. And Solar ideally would be still getting safety Spore Crawlers, because for all he knows, it is still going to be something like a DT follow-up. Oh, that is an early Immortal. Okay, I mean, now we see what the gas is being spent on. Immortal's already on the way. Trigger's moving out. Does warp in extra adepts. Does threaten a shade, but again, Solar is ready for this. And behind this, it looks like a 2-base all-in follow-up. So now we know what the gas was being spent on. More Immortals on the way. He's got 1, soon to be 2. Trigger backs off. Now, this is really risky for Trigger, just because I would imagine the goal here, the hope for Trigger, is that Solar drones. Is that Solar over drones. Solar feels like he's defended, he feels like he's survived, and then he takes another expansion, takes gases, drones up, and then gets caught with his pants down. That's at least the hope. And Trigger, yeah, 3 more gateways, 2-base all-in. Just straight up 2-base all-in from Trigger. Oh boy. Solar is droning somewhat at least, but not too heavily. Like, Solar is throwing down a couple of workers here and there. Does saturate his 3rd base mineral line. No extra gases. That's because here by Trigger. So this will come down to the execution. The Immortals have arrived. But there's just so much Ling Ravager. Yeah, Solar is going to shut this down. Files, they don't quite connect, but the Lings are going to surround. Adepts do fall. The Immortals are exposed. And we can't lose the Immortals. Oh my god. Trigger will save them, but he's going to lose everything else. And again, Trigger, this was a big gamble for the Protoss. Did not pay off in the end. As Adepts are being shut down, the Immortals, I mean, nice juggling here out of Trigger. But he's forced all the way back home. And Solar can keep going. He can keep pushing. Shuts down the army. Cuts workers at 44. Massing out more Lings. And again, Trigger, he's trading as best he can with these Immortals, getting so much value out of them. And Trigger, he might be able to barely hold on. No, never mind. Adepts go down, Zealots as well. There's no shield battery, there's no overcharge. Yeah, the natural is exposed. And Solar does depower that wall. Oof. Even though piles do connect. Again, it was a cheeky build here out of Trigger, but a lot of it was relying on Solar being overconfident. It was relying on overconfidence from Solar, on greed as well. Hoping the Solar would overdrone. And at the end, the Trigger, he backs off, he builds up. I mean, he does have a high Immortal count. He's up to 4 Immortals. But now Solar, he can afford a 4th. He can throw down another expansion just for Larva. Take extra gases. He's already on 4. Drone up to 50. Oh, and it looks like Trigger is setting up for an expansion. It's a bold move, Trigger. It's bold, Pappy, bold. He's up to how many? 5 Immortals? I mean, the Immortal count is high, don't get me wrong. It's just the support that's not quite there. I mean, Trigger, he's working with slow lots. Yeah. When I mean lack of support, that's what I'm referring to. We got the slow lots, Pappy. Let's go. Couple more Adepts coming to reinforce. Solar, he's going to be able to engage, shut this down, reinforce with more Lings, getting on top of the Immortals. I mean, Trigger, he can juggle, he can macro well, but there's only so much he can fit into one Prism. Yeah, getting knocked down to 3 Immortals. And from this point forward, Solar, he can just chase this down and push towards the natural. He can just send it. Trigger down to 2 Immortals. Up to 3. Solar from here can chase this down. And GG gets called. There's just not enough left over. Solar will take the series 2-1 and advance on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Solar as he does claim the series. My condolences to Trigger. Again, I do think that Trigger had a very strong showing in Game 1 and Game 2. I do believe that Trigger could have even taken Game 1 as well. Game 1 was very close. Here in Game 3, it was more one-sided in the end. It was Trigger going for a 2-base all-in, and Solar playing very safely, playing very carefully against Trigger. Didn't overextend, didn't overcommit, didn't overdrone, wasn't too greedy, played it safe and sound, and with that, Solar was able to take it in the end. GG, congratulations. Solar does take it, and we're going to be following Solar into his next series. Let's go. We're going to be heading over to the Americas region. That means I have to turn off my VPN. Here we go. We're heading over to the Americas, and up next is going to be Solar versus MaxPax. Let's go. Here we go. Now, I'm sure Solar wants his... I'm sure MaxPax wants his revenge from last week. For those that were not here in last week's Wardy TV Monday, MaxPax got knocked out in the in the grand finals. MaxPax was the runner-up player, but he ended up falling to Shin. Shin defeated MaxPax in a best of 5. Shin had a very exciting and very intense series. It was a very impressive performance out of Shin. So Shin is the reigning champion. And we'll see if MaxPax can make it to the finals once again and look to get his revenge. We'll see. We'll see if we do get a Shin versus MaxPax rematch, or if Solar can stop him. Once again, I'm getting ahead of myself. Solar and MaxPax are about to face off. Let's get ready. Just making sure we don't get left behind. And I'll get the predictions ready as well. Here we go. Oh my god, Shin versus Showtime is about to begin as well. Wow. Sorry, my apologies. Let's head on over. Let's have a look at the bracket. As we switch our scenes over, we have some results coming in. We have Clem versus T-Bull in the first round. I think that's a rematch. I think they recently faced off in another tournament. Interesting. So shout out to T-Bull for making his return, being active for the past couple of weeks, up against Clem. Scrolling down, Creator. Ooh, Creator takes down Trap 2-1, went all the way to the ace match, and Creator does come out on top in the end. Very impressive, very nice performance. Creator waiting for the winner of Clem and T-Bull. Scrolling down, we have Shin. Shin takes down Nickrak 2-0, and Shin is up against Showtime in the next round. Shin versus Showtime is about to begin. We could also jump on that, but I believe Biomorph is going to be casting Shin and Showtime. There are 3 English casters, from my knowledge. There's ourselves, there's Wardy, and there's Biomorph. And I believe Biomorph is going to be on that. Maybe. Shall see. Scrolling down, we have some more. We have some other updates. MaxPax took down Demi 2-0. MaxPax up against Solar. Up next, we have Byan. He takes down Homono 2-0. Gumiho takes down Ryung 2-0, and we have a TVT between Byan and Gumiho. Ooh, that could go either way. That's going to be a spicy Terran versus Terran. So we have at least one Terran confirmed for the semifinals. And we will be following that. Bearing in mind as well, I believe both semis will be casted. Both semis will be covered. Here we go. So it looks like our players need a moment to get their vetoes underway. Here we go. But yeah, for that, I think... Oh, yeah, I think we're going to be going on a short break here while our players get ready. And when we return, we should have Max Pax versus Solar up next. See you soon. Huh. welcome back everyone, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OST as we have returned with our quarterfinals with our second series of the night. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Ghost River, we have the Danish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Team Vitality. It is Solar. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's time for predictions. Predictions are now open in the chat. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series and who you think will advance on into the next round. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. What I will say, especially about these two facing off, even though we saw MaxPax fall to Shin last week, Shin was very aggressive and very all-in. Like, Shin was very just in the face of MaxPax throughout the entire series and was able to cheese the hell out of MaxPax in that best of 5. Solar isn't necessarily that kind of player. Solar can go for all-ins, don't get me wrong. I mean, we saw it in the series against Trigger. Solar can go for all-ins, but he's not as chaotic as Shin, so this should be a more even back and forth. I should say it should be a more standard game out of Solar, and MaxPax should be feeling a lot more comfortable against it. But we'll see. We'll see how this series does turn out. For the time being, Hatchgas full, standard opener out of Solar. Likewise, MaxPax going for the gate expand into Cybercore into his tech of choice, most likely Stargate. So we can settle in. So far, everything looking as it should. And we'll see where this takes us. Another big factor, of course, of this game, of this first game, I should say, is the map. We're loading into Ghost River, very short rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored on this map. I'm sure that's a big reason why Trigger did go for a 2-base all-in on Ghost River as well, just because it hits that much harder, it hits that much faster. So that can lead to either player being more aggressive. Can lead to, doesn't mean it will. Keep down our players. My Stargate has been thrown down. Is going to be that Stargate opener for MaxPax. Likewise across the map, going for the pylon block as well. Just letting the third, being as annoying as possible, forcing to cancel, and Solar can now expand. Was delayed by a couple of seconds. Ideally, we did want to delay the expansion by the time the Adept arrives, can actually kill and shut down that drone. But Solar was able to expand in time. The Adept arrives a couple seconds too late, and Solar takes his third. Third base going to get up and running. Adept threads a shade into the natural. We have a unit of choice. It's going to be an Oracle opener for MaxPax. No big surprise there. Did open up singular Adept into Stalker. Interesting. So MaxPax not committing to early game Adept harass. Just the one for scouting. Just pokes in and backs off. MaxPax is going to be hunting down that Overlord, zoning it away, keeping Solar in the dark. And even getting a kill on the Overlord. Yeah, it's just a mismovement here from Solar. Overlord is going to go down. Lings, they come in for a surround, but the Stalker does get away in time. Solar gets ice on the third, but there's an Oracle to defend. And MaxPax so far does hold. Second Oracle has arrived. MaxPax can now move out. Again, now threading the mineral lines of Solar. And back at home, we have a Spore in the natural. We have 2 Queens and a Spore in the main. 2 Queens in the third. So far, so good. Oracle's a thread in the third. Second Queen arrives just in time, but the Spore's not ready. Yeah, the Spore barely not ready in time. 3 drones fall. And we don't get a fourth. Ooh, forcing an overreaction from Solar. Solar does flinch. MaxPax gets away. Behind this, Forge and Twilight Council, +1 on Blink. Third Oracle has arrived, but Queens aren't ready for it. And the Queens are ready. And we'll see if MaxPax can find some more damage. So far, it's been 3 drone kills. Now has 5 adepts. They can threaten the shade. Means they're keeping up. Double Oracle. Oof, they get denied. Adepts they do shade into the natural, though. And Solar, he's more than ready. Oracle goes down. Drones, they do pull away in time. Still going to be 3 drone kills. Oracle getting workers here at the 3rd. Adept shading into the main. And the worker kills are stacking up. Getting up to 7 drones. Ay, ay, ay. Now, winding it back, that was 7 worker kills for 5 adepts. So, not the best trade for MaxPax. Did want a little bit more value out of that, especially after losing all those adepts. Back at home, we spoke about the follow-up. Plus on a blink. MaxPax is selling into his 3 bases, and Solar's done well for himself. Solar, he minimizes losses, getting up to a 4th expansion. Didn't really lose many workers. So far, so good. Ooh, and Solar is throwing down the Infestation Pit. Interesting. Okay, the Infestation Pit's on the way. Stalkers are moving out. Uh-oh. MaxPax is getting up to 7 gateways, and I imagine a proxy 8th gateway across the map. MaxPax being hyper-aggressive. Yeah, Pylon's almost done. Links do confirm. They will go for the probe, though. Half of the gateway gets thrown down, and this is going to be a 3-base all-in for MaxPax. It's been a while since I've seen this on Ghost River. This used to be very trendy, very popular. Hero popularized this a couple of months ago at the start of the year. And MaxPax, he's just committing. He's doubling down. The reason why this 3-base all-in is so popular is because of this choke point. Lynx, they can't surround. How do they engage? This choke point is brutal. And that means that MaxPax, he's relatively safe here in this location. Can keep pushing. Lynx are falling left and right. Solar taking up into an infestation, but was just a little bit too greedy. And Solar's in trouble. Queens are going down, Roaches are going down, MaxPax, he is overwhelming, Solar, he was not expecting the all-in, and GG gets called. MaxPax takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Against Solar, he was getting ready for a longer game, he was getting a 4th expansion, taking up into an infestation bit, working on upgrades. Solar was caught with his pants down. And yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while since I've seen that build out of I mean, any Protoss player really on Ghost River. Hero used to be very fond of it. Again, this is back, you know, closer to the start of the year. These 3-base 8-gate all-ins can be brutal, and with that, MaxPax takes a lead. Now we're jumping into game number 2. Oh, siema, papi, siema. Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry. So getting to that second game. And again, I was myself even caught a little bit off guard. Like, if I was expecting a player to go all in, I was expecting it to be Solar, but no, MaxPax is looking to be the aggressor himself. He is mixing it up. Taking a page out of Hero's book. Now we're settling into game number 2. Here we go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione, we have our Danish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg, for Team Vitality. It is Solar. Oh, we're going for the gold. Here we go. So it's going to be Solar's turn to be the aggressor here. He's headed towards the gold base. Oh, never mind. Okay. Mines through the minerals. Going for the expansion. Going for the gold. And we'll see how long it takes for MaxPax to recognize what's going on. Figure out where exactly Solar is. We speak about this all the time, but the Korean Protoss players are really good at punishing this. We've seen Classic alongside Trap and Hero punish this quite hard with a forge response, with a cannon rush. I'm curious if MaxPax is one to do the same. So MaxPax, he will scout, he will get eyes, and he will get confirmation of the expansion. MaxPax is aware. behind this hatch gas pool opener here out of Solar. And MaxPax just going for a gate into Cybercore. Now, this is a little bit more tech heavy than normal. Usually the opener for Protoss is gate expand into Cybercore. With the Cybercore being earlier, that does mean that the Adept Harass is going to be a little bit earlier as well. So MaxPax is going to be more active early on. The main night is upon us. Going to be saturating the gold. I'm curious as well if MaxPax does go into Glaive Adept from here. That's our first Adept is being chronoed. First Adept is on the way. And it is going to be the Stargate follow-up. I imagine going into Oracles. First Adept has arrived. We'll be shading across the map. It's going to be on Solar's to knock down these rocks, actually save that mineral line. That first Adept has already made it. It shouldn't get any workers, but does get one. One drone goes down. Two drones go down. Already a rough start for Solar, getting almost a third drone as well. Forcing out an Evo chamber. A strong start for MaxPax. Second Adept has arrived. Again, the Adept Harass did begin earlier than normal, just because of the initial build. Just because of the opener of MaxPax. They will even bully these Lings. Get to 3 Lings going down. Ling speed is still a ways off. Oracle's on the way. MaxPax shading into the main. Oh, bit of a mistargeting there. Just gets the 1 Ling. Yeah, it does waste some shots. But gets a drone. No. Yeah, gets a worker. Forces out another Evo chamber. Shades out. But so far, this has been quite a bit of damage already. MaxPax doing well for himself. Adepts are still alive. The Lings do miss them. Uh-oh. And again, 2 Adepts, they one-shot drones. They're shading into the main base. The boys forced to be pulled away. Solar panicking for a moment. Yeah, Oracle coming in. Drones are going down. It's going to be another 3 drone kills. Ay. No mining in the main base whatsoever. Denied mining. Lings move out. Oracle's in position. And MaxPax takes the 3rd. So, despite the gold base for Solar, and he has been able to keep it up and running, that's true, but he's lost 7 drones already, 13 Lings. Lings hit the 3rd base, but Oracle's in position. Out of energy, though. Massive pickoff. Yeah, the 3rd base is going to be denied. Yeah, the second Oracle's just a little bit too late. And Solar will contain MaxPax to 2 bases. Not bad at all. Initially, MaxPax was doing well. MaxPax, he was killing a lot of workers, he was denying mining, he was trading well with Lings. It was a better start for MaxPax. And then suddenly, Solar shows up, and he denies the 3rd, over and over and over again. Queens are waddling in, Lings are flitting across the map as well. Solar's just not allowing the 3rd base to get up and running. Takes down the Adept. MaxPax still contained. Force 3rd and a shield battery. Behind this, Solar, he's teching. Going for a Roach Warren. Roach Warren is on the way. Oracles, they will hit the golds. Oh my god. Getting 4 drones. MaxPax doing this. Meanwhile, the wall is wide open. No shield battery, no overcharge. The Stalkers are going down. Up. Massive pickoffs. He gets 2. Gets 2 Stalkers. Floods into the main. And Lings, they are getting some economic damage. Probes are falling. And more importantly, no 3rd. No 3rd expansion. Solar, he makes sure of that. He's in position. Goes to the probe. Once again, probe goes down. 3rd base is denied. That's all that Solar is hoping for. Now, Solar hasn't been making roaches. Bear that in mind. He's droning. Solar's been droning. Solar's been taking gases, getting into a lair, and working towards roach speed. So because Solar has dealt so much damage early on, Solar can now just calm things down, get into the mid-game, and snowball out of control. Right now, the pressure is on Max Pax. Not just to take a third base, but to get some kind of counter damage. Max Pax has 2 oracles. One of them's across the map. Max Pax does scout the lair. And Max Pax can't really do much without Blink. We'll grow some creep. It's a good start. Gets a couple of tumors. Things move in. Getting a worker. Getting one probe. Solar, he's on a 3-base economy. Getting a 4th base, I imagine, just for larva. And now Solar's focusing on his army. Now he's building up Ling Roach Ravager. He's building up his main army. Baneliness also on the way. And we'll see if Max Pax can survive this. I mean, clearing up all this creep does give him some breathing room. That is true. Oh. Does buy him some time. Solar's still building up. Respreading that creep. Baneliness almost done. Oh, going for the Ravager. Not bad. Ravager gets sniped. 2 left. Bases goes off. Solar knocks down those rocks, ready for a counterattack. Or even a potential surround. So once again, Max XP pulls back to the stasis trap, catching out a lot of Lings. Roaches are exposed. Very nice pickups. I mean, so far the Blink control has been solid here for Max Pax. But it's still a numbers game. Again, he's playing with fire out on the open. Needs up a lot of Lings. Behind this plus 1 range, almost done. Solar still hasn't really droned up too much. He's up to 69 workers. Just over 3 base saturation. I mean, more than that with the gold. Well, Max Pax now has his first Colossus. First Colossus has arrived. Solar's about to max out. But again, forcing a fight out here in the open, and especially with all these choke points, is ideal. That's all Max Pax wants. Solar's going to try and collapse in. Stage traps are getting triggered. Stalkers have to retreat. The Colossus! No! Colossus is exposed. And it is going to go down. A massive pick off Bailey's hit the mineral line. Shield battery does fall. And Solar, he's going for the kill. He's going for at least a 3rd base. But he wants more than that. Yeah, the expansion is going to fall. Likewise, 4th base is exposed. 16 probes go down. And despite the initial engage, despite the trades with the main army, and they have been sold for Max Pax, what about the economy? What about the economy? As 24 workers are going down and counting. Max Pax just cannot sustain this. Not anymore, Pat. 31 probe kills. The expansion survives, or it finishes, and that means he can be killed. It means it's not going to be cancelled. The Nexus can be targeted down. And Max Pax trying to hold his own. And getting these trades earlier was solid, but no economy. No economy behind it. The expansion is going to fall. And GG gets called. Solar ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. Oh my god. GG, well played. That was a very, very tense game. Again, a lot of it did come down to denying the 3rd. if you recall, MaxPax had the better start. MaxPax, he was able to get a lot of economic damage, able to trade well against the Lings. MaxPax was doing very well with his early Adept and Oracle Harass, but didn't matter in the end because his third base was denied. Over and over again, the third base was cancelled. He was contained on 2 bases. He was losing workers. Solar is able to maintain a pretty substantial economic lead. Is what it came down to. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Whew. We're now getting into game number 3. We go. We are getting into the ace match. And we're going to be loading into a bit of a smaller map. Going to be loading into Oceanborn. Oh boy. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Xystorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Vitality. It is Solar. Here we go. So, game 1, MaxPax went for a 3-base all-in. Game 2, we had Solar take advantage of the gold, and also just contain his opponent. Here in game 3, what's it going to be? Again, Solar has been very fond of all-ins on Oceanborn, at least in months past. Is that still going to be the case here against MaxPax, or does he take a different approach? Curious. I'm going to be curious here to see how Solar does approach this. Likewise, MaxPax has also shown us that he's willing to be the aggressor as well. He's willing to go all in. So nothing is off the table. As for now, standard opener from the Zerg. It's going to be a standard opener. Whereas back at home, gate expand into Cybercore, standard opener as well. From MaxPax. And we're settling in. Alright, gonna be settling in here. Now, when it comes to like aggression on Oceanborn, and what I'm referring to when I do mention that Solar loves to go for all-ins, is how vulnerable this third base is. Unlike some other maps, Alkiona, for example, the map that we're just on, there is no high ground advantage. On Alkiona, there is a ramp. There's a ramp leading into the third base, so you do have that kind of point of elevation and a greater choke point to make use of, and a concave, and the defensive advantage is just stronger on a map like Alkiona, for example. Here on Oceanborn, that isn't the case. The point of elevation on the third base is the same here on the attack path as well, as the ramp is further out in the center of the map. So because of that, Queen Walks and Queen All-Ins and German Taxis and all that stuff is a little bit more commonplace. But we'll see if Solar does go for that. For now, just calming things down. Adepts are threatening a shade. On top of that, the path across the map is more direct. So far, MaxPax moving out with this first two Adepts. Does get a Ling. Almost a drone, but not quite. I spoke too soon. Gets one. Gets one worker, gets barely a second drone as well. 2 drones for 2 Adepts. Not the best trade for MaxPax. Was hoping for better than a 1-to-1 trade. So I would say a better defense for Solar. Was forced to pull the boys away and did force some lost mining time, but overall, better defense for the Zerg player. Link speed kicks in, Links move out, it's going to be on Solar to delay the third for as long as possible. The Oracle does get eyes on this, and the Oracle does turn back home. And we saw earlier in the last game how devastating it can be if MaxPax can't get a third, so so he takes it seriously. Means that the first Oracle does not get across the map, but he defends. He defends, second Oracle has arrived. Ling's rotating back in. And MaxPax is more than ready for this. The Lings are zoned away. And MaxPax will establish his third. Solo trying to be cheeky, but it doesn't find a way in. Back at home is droning up. And what do we have to defend? We have a Spore in the main, we have a Spore at the third base. No Spore at the natural, but there are 4 queens. Ooh, and Solar even investing into a third Spore. Interesting. This is where I cut to Solar during... Oh god, was it EWC? No, it was before that. Solar, he had an interview where he was like, in ZVP, if you have to make a third Spore, then you lose. So he was very adamant about that. And most pro players, they do avoid that third Spore, but Solar does go for it. There's going to be 3 drone kills. Gets an Overlord. I mean, in my mind, this shows me that Solar, he's respecting the Oracle aggression quite highly. He's giving a lot of respect to it. Adepts, they threaten the Shade. MaxPax threatening the natural. Sorry, threatening the third. Go for the Queen. And does Shade into the main. They're just trying to keep up. It looks like Solar, he will lock this down. 2 Adepts do get on top of the high ground, but alas, yeah, not many worker kills. Solar does defend. Shuts down the Adepts, shuts down the Oracles. Preserves his workers. And Solar can now focus on droning. Now, Solar did make an abundance of Lings, and he has to make use of them. Time to counterattack. Back at home, no shield batteries yet. There is potential to maybe get a Pylon, maybe a Stalker, but there's an Oracle. Yeah, there's an Oracle chilling back at home. MaxPax is safe and sound, and he's taking up into a Temple Archives. Unlike game number 1, for example, we're not going to be seeing a 3-base all-in out of MaxPax. No all-in, no major form of aggression. Is taking into Archons and Storm. And soon to be a 4th expansion as well. MaxPax moving out, we're going to apply some pressure. Solar going for the Spire. Bold move. We saw Solar make use of Muta play against Trigger earlier. In the brackets, in the tournament. We'll see if he can have better success against MaxPax. Wings are denied. MaxPax setting up his Stasis traps so he can just fall back to them. Decent baits from Solar, but he still has to buy more time for more Ling Roach. Forcing back the army. Now the Stasis goes up. But Solar, he does hold. Does hold, gets eyes on the 4th. Isn't able to deny. Solar is keeping MaxPax busy. He's keeping up. And that also means no scout. No scout into the natural. MaxPax is in the dark as to what's going on. Is unaware of the mutants. Storm is almost done. Solar catching a Stalker, not bad. Just gets the one though. Oh god. Suddenly knowledge worth it. So at the same time, hits the natural. You're going for the Stalker. Stalker is going to go down, but there is a recall in time. And MaxPax is ready for this. Solar has to retreat. We're going to just distracting the Protoss player and getting into Mutas. 13 Mutas are on the way. Behind this, MaxPax doesn't have any stack defense that is natural, nor the main. So MaxPax is vulnerable. He has cannons and shield batteries at the 3rd and 4th. Doesn't have them anywhere else. We'll see if Solar can get some damage done here. Once again, Solar is investing into +1 air attack. That tells us that Solar most likely wants to invest into mass muta. And there we go, 6 more mutas on the way. Solar does hit the natural, does break in. It goes to the cannon, goes to the shield battery as well. MaxPax forced to turn around. And Solar, he does get into the mineral lines. Links into the natural, mutas into the main. And again, no side defense ready for this. MaxPax caught with his pants down. Probes are falling left and right. Oh, we'll be able to trade against the mutas. Solar has to get the hell out of here. Does pull away. Oh. And not quite catching the oracles. Roach is still wreaking havoc. They do force in some Archons. Not bad. Storms are forced out. And Solar, he gets 34 probe kills. He does cripple the economy. But he's forced back home. MaxPax, he has a moment to breathe. Okay, looking at his army, he has 2 Archons. They're here at the natural. We have a handful of High Templar. Soon to be Storm. A little bit more time here to actually gather energy for the Storm, though. And the main base is still exposed, but not much to kill in the main. One unit goes down. Storm's coming in. Massive connection. Oof. Yeah, the mutas are softened up. No more Storms, though. Again, it is a very delicate dance for Solar. Solar's up in supply, but all it takes is a couple of solid Archon shots or a Storm, and this army is just going to crumble. It is a glass cannon here for Solar. Oof. And MaxPax, he has spread out his army quite nicely. Spread out. Solar trying to dive in. Stasis goes off. Solar does catch an Archon. Gets 1, gets 2. Take a lot of damage though. Has to back off. Oh my god. Big chunk of mutas going down. That was 12 mutas. Oof. 12 mutas falling. Solar behind this, taking another expansion. Taking the gases. I would love to see a Hive behind this, but now he's still on their tech. Does hit the natural. Gets into the mineral line. Oh! It's gonna bleed out a lot of mutas though. And Solar is going for the Baneling Nest. Not for the Hive. Still focusing on mass muta. Oof. Takes another Archon shot to the face. Losing up to 20 mutas so far. And MaxPax, he's slowly building up an army, and very similar to what we saw with Trigger, Solar initially he does a lot of damage, but now he hasn't really traded well in quite some time. And if he doesn't, then MaxPax is going to break out. He's going to break out with a massive amount of Archons, with Storm, with Stalkers, and Solar won't be able to stop it. As MaxPax is building up a death ball of an army. Solar does get into the mineral line though. Okay, not bad. Takes down 12, 13 workers. Phoenix as well. Avoids the main army. And this is the damage that Solar was hoping for. This is what he needed. Does catch MaxPax out of position. 19 worker kills. Oof. Mutas take a lot of damage. Behind this, Solar going into Hydras. But the Lings, they hit the 4th. And MaxPax getting pulled apart. 25 probe kills. Now, basically, Solar had 2 options. It was either go into a Hive and get into Ultras, or try to get into lurker production. Hydras is an interesting choice, and I do think this does lead into Lurkers, but I don't know if Solar can get there. I'll be honest. The expansion is going to go down, and MaxPax is all in, and this is still a terrifying army. Oh. The army is terrifying. It's going to be Lingbane Hydra to defend. These are slow Banes as well. Baneling speed finishing up in a couple of seconds. Can Solar defend without Lurkers? That's the question. Oh, the Storms are going to be brutal. Lings, they come in from behind, forcing out another Storm. Up. Banelings are crashing in. They take down all the High Templar. 0 Storms left. 0 Storms remaining. The Hydras, they for the most part did survive. The base is going to go down. Solar has to evacuate. And he's remaxing with Lings. And without Storm, Solar can take this. Solar, he can engage. Not if a creep. So, Expansion's gonna fall. Muta's taking it into the main. More probes going down. Solar, he is amassing more Ling Bane. So far, it's looking good. My biggest concern was Storm, but there's only one High Templar on the map. Right there in the center of the army. Again, one Storm is not good enough. Max backs, he knows. He backs off. He retreats. Solar's remaxing. He wants that High Templar. He wants it. Oh, there's a Storm. The final Storm for Max Packs. Fourth base did full. Main base mineral line as well. Again, Max Packs is hurting. He's still all in, and the longer this goes on, the better it is for Solar. Investing into more upgrades, still trading out more Ling Bane. There are some more High Templar morphing in though. Uh-oh. So let us get one. But now we're up to how many? Four. Four High Templar. Soon to be 4 Storms. Solo's not out of the woods yet. Again, Solo attempting to trade. Reinforcing with more Lings. And 1 or 2 more Storms, and Max Packs can take this. The High Templar, no! The High Templar are exposed. But down goes the Ling Bane. And Max Packs getting on top of the Hydras. Going for the dive. But reinforcements are coming in. Solar, he's barely holding on. Again, may have to give up on the expansion. Archon's pushing forward. Oh my god, the Concave barely in favor of Solar. Takes out every single Archon. And now he's going for the Stalkers. GG gets called. Solar defends. Solar survives. And Solar will take the series 2-1. Eliminating Max Packs from the tournament. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Last week it was Shin. Last week Shin took down Max Packs, and this week it is Solar to deny Max Packs a deeper run in the tournament. GG, congratulations. Solar will advance on, and Max Packs is knocked out. Whew. GG, well played. A very, very intense series. Very intense game. And it looks like we have our next series, actually. Okay, we're hopping over. We are hopping over. So, Soul advances on to the semifinals. Shin took down Showtime 2-0. Big win for Shin. And Shin is also in the upper semis as well. And now we are jumping in mid-series. Clem versus Creator is coming up next, and we are jumping into the ace match. Now, the reason why we're hopping over is because we are casting both semifinals. So, because of that, Solar's next series is going to be delayed. It's going to be on hold until we wrap up with these upper matches. There we go. And we are jumping into that ace match. Again, Creator does have a 1-0... Sorry, we are tied up 1-1. This could go either way. We're jumping into the ace match between Clem and Creator. Let's go. Washed packs? What do you mean? This is Max Packs at his peak, Bobby. What do you mean? You're a clown. This might be the off-season for everyone else, but this is the on-season for Max Packs, Bobby. But here we go, we're getting into our next game, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Post-Youth, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Blacklist International. It is Creator. Again, we're jumping in mid-series. We're jumping into the ace match. Here we go. It all ends here. It all ends on Post-Youth. Now again, Creator, he did take some time off. Creator, he did take a bit of a break, especially post-EWC. Creator when going to Japan, you know, having a mini vacation. Now he's back. Now he's rested. Now he's ready for revenge. Again, I believe it was last week that Creator took down Cure in a Super 7 Best of 7 show match. Can he take it to Clem? I mean, already forcing the ace match. It's a big move for Creator. See if he can bring it home. We'll see if Clem instead can make it to the semifinals. We'll see if Clem can get his rematch. What I'm referring to, the winner of this series advances on to face off against Shin in the next round. Which server are they playing on? US Central. US Central. That's a big difference between the Wardy TV Mondays and ESL Open Cup Asia. ESL Open Cup Asia's would favor the Korean server. Because of that, very few Europeans actually played in ESL Asia. The Wardy TV Monday does go for the America server instead. So because of that, the ping is less favored for Koreans than it was for ESL Asia. Or the time slot as well. Yes, the game is on Central. So favoring Clem. As it is going to be a Twilight Council opener for Creator. Working towards Blink. They play on West, should be even. West favors the Korean, Central favors the European. So they alternate. They alternate Central, West, Central. It isn't ideal. But it is typically the way that it is balanced for online events. Is that one game favors one player, the other game favors the other. Or one map favors one, the other favors the other, I should say. As we have Clem back at home, getting to his own 1-1-1. Likewise, Creator getting to Blink and throwing down extra gateways. And the question becomes, how many gates so far? Just going to be 2-gate Blink for Creator. Two-gate Blink into a third. Ideal will be putting a server into the Earth's molten core. True. Need to gather a team. What is your mission? Get a StarCraft server inside the Earth. Ah, let's go. We'll get, what's his name? Bruce Willis on it. There you go. He'll get it done. Wait, no, he blows up the core. Never mind. He won't get it done. As Creator is taking the third. So again, economic open out to Creator. It's going to be 2-gate Blink into a third base. We do see Clem going for a mind drop into the main. Two of the mines will attempt to dive in, but Creator's on top of this. Up. Mind shot going up. Gets a probe. The last Creator is keeping up. More importantly, Clem at least scouts. He gets eyes on the third base, gets eyes on the Blink Stalkers. Clem now is fully aware of the build of choice from Creator. It's going to be on Clem to try to harass across the map. Get some damage done. We have Widowmine towards the left, Raven towards the right. And back at home, Clem is expanding and taking a third CC. Oh, does catch the Observer. Keen eyes at a Clem. Auto chart towards the natural, but likewise, Creator doesn't lose anything. Oh! Not bad. Creator, he shuts down the auto turret. Catches a Hellion. Creator, so far, his defenses are on point. And even does replace that Observer. Threatens a dive. Clem doesn't commit. Getting into his 5-rack setup. Soon to be expanding. Like, as Creator shouldn't be diving in yet. Ideally, Creator, he wants to wait for the army to move out to expand, and then Creator can hit the mineral line. As we say that, Creator does spot the army. Does spot the move out. Creator rallying in. But Clem, he does pull away. Mineral line is exposed. Well, plenty of Marines in position, and Clem will defend. So, nice defense here by Clem. Creator moving out. His goal here is to shut down the third. Pylon will buy some time. Creator has left some units to defend. Creator catching a Widowmine. Main army is spotted. Prism into the main. Other Marines to defend. Clem is keeping up. Prism doesn't get in. Core 2, haha. And likewise, this time, Creator's not quite in position either. The Order Tower say will take down the shield battery and a probe. One probe goes down. Mantra goes off. Oh, not quite. Medevac is cleaned up, and now Creator, he can rest easy. He's dealt with the Widowmine. The Raven is still a thorn in his side, but again, so far, doesn't take many losses at all. Clem can break free. Ghost Academy behind this. Not much splash damage for Creator. He's relying on a gateway heavy composition instead. Colossus is on the way. Colossus get thrown down. Decent mine connections. Going up for the Zealots. Creator just trying to buy some time. And Clem, he will rotate. Trying to find a better angle. Zealot does spot the rotation. Creator is aware, but can he save the expansion? Reinforcements on the way. Without Colossus, I'm not so sure. First Colossus has arrived. And with those force fields, looks like Creator, he should be able to hold on. At the same time, Zealots into the main. Zealots, they are dropped in. Still just the one Colossus. Expansion under fire. Looks like the Nexus should go down. Up! He's so close! Might just going off. Yeah, big connections on the Zealots. But the army is still so low. And nice spread from Clem. Looks like he will barely get the expansion. Nexus goes down. Back across the map. Zealots were cleaned up as well. Clem, he defends. And he attacks. Breaks the fourth. Creator forced to take the gold. Again, it was a very close fight. Creator, he almost held. Almost, but not quite. If it wasn't for the mine shots, if it wasn't for the positioning, then maybe. Maybe. Auto turret once again into the main. Getting a probe. Clem now taking a supply lead. As a reminder, ideally, the Protoss wants to be up in expansion, and we're even on bases. Creator desperately trying to get his gold base up and running, but the gold base is exposed. Clem is coming in once again. He wants the gold.
Ghost reporting.
And Vikings also in the way the Colossus. Probes are going down. And Creator is up against the wall, gonna try to come in for a surround. Or even a counterattack. Oh god, but the EMPs are brutal. And Creator, he gets caught out. So he's going to lose everything here. The Colossus are falling. The Stalkers as well. Oh, there's still one Colossus left. Clem pulling back. The Immortals, they coming in clutch. Most of the Stalkers did survive. Oh, but that was 22 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, the economy is crippled. 22 workers going down. Clem getting his own fourth base. It's going from bad to worse here for Creator. Creator just now finishing up +2. Getting into a second Colossus. Templar Archives on the way. This is going to be for Storm. Oh. Creator just getting whatever value he can. Gets a Winter Mine, gets a tower. The Colossus is going to be chased down though. And there is one Colossus left coming in from behind. But the EMPs are still brutal and it feels like Clem should still have enough. Takes down the final Colossus, can land the Vikings. And takes down both Immortals. Creator will force this back, but he's only got a Gateway Army. These were expensive losses for Creator. Down to only Zealots and Stalkers. And Creator, he's running out of steam. He's running out of army, running out of units. A lot of it did come down to the fourth. Like, if Creator was able to hold on to that expansion, then he would have had a more even back and forth. But losing that base kind of led into everything that we've seen here. Clem has momentum and he's not letting it slip away. Does have an EMP ready. Does have 2 EMPs. So just rallying in. It's going to be 1 Colossus to defend. There's Storm. The ideal for Creator is if he can somehow take a fight and then maybe hit a mineral line, but even then it's a planetary to defend the gold. Creator just can't do much about it. And now with this kind of setup, EMP connects. Oof, yeah, the EMPs are brutal. Archon goes down. And the Colossus falls as well. The Creator just doesn't have much left. Gonna be collapsing in. Vikings, they land once again. Zealots, they melt. The Stalkers as well. And this is all the Creator has left. GG gets called, and Clem will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Hold on. I'll play the. There you go. GG, well played. Congratulations to Clem as he'll take the series, does advance on into the semifinals, and we are heading over to the Korean server to get ready for our next series for our own semifinals match. Where exactly are we headed? Let's find out. Let us find out. Scrolling on over, we have the lower semis. Gumiho takes down Beyond 2-1. Again, that could have gone either way. I'm glad to see that Gumiho and Beyond went all the way to the ace match. The last Gumiho does come out on top. GG, well played. And that is our next series. Gumiho versus Solar, followed by Clem versus Shin. I do need a moment to set up the predictions. Solar versus Gumiho. Semifinals. Oh. And as we're getting into the Korean server, I do have my VPN going as well. Okay, okay. We're good to go. It should be good to go. Beautiful. Here we go. We do have our ZVT just waiting for all of our lovely casters to get involved. Oh. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Jumping in. Of course, shout out to Wardy for making this event happen. Wardy, he was the organizer to step up to kind of take the role of ESL Open Cup Asia. So much love to Wardy. I do appreciate that, like, we kind of all had our own regions. I think my favorite thing about it is, Yaku was pointing it out, how we had the European caster step in for ESL Asia. We had the American caster step in for the Americas, step in for Europe, and we had the Oceanic caster step in for America. Like, it was, like, we probably could have, you know, had a little bit more cohesion with who covers what and who, like, funds what, but it's fine. We all got there in the end. It's a little bit messy, but it all fits. It's fine. And here we go. We're jumping into our next game, into our next series, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Cloud9. It is Gumiho. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Team Vitality. It is Solar. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck for this ZVT. Honestly, this could go either way. I always do appreciate casting Gumiho just because he's a very unorthodox player. He does come up with his own builds. He does come up with his own styles in TVP and TVZ as well. Gumiho, he's an animal, and we love him for it. He's an animal, willing to embrace mech, willing to embrace even more hybrid styles of mech into bio, into mech again, or something crazy like that. Gumiho can be very unpredictable, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Like, that's the thing with Gumiho. Sometimes he looks like a genius, other times more of a madman, and doesn't work out quite as well. We'll see. For now, Racks Expand, standard opener out of Gumiho. Likewise, Solo going hatch. Wait, going 15 hatch. So a bit of a safer opener for Solar. Basically, with the opener of Solar, this tells me that his gases are delayed. So very late gases for Solar. Instead, faster queens, faster lings. And Solar is committing to a gasless opener. Okay, Solar doing his best Dark impression. Interesting. What I mean by that is Dark is quite fond of going for this style. And you can do so on maps where you can kind of defend your bases with the minimal amount of units. Reaper gets in. Oh, doesn't quite get the drone though. Now, usually because the gases are so late, or because we are gasless, it does mean that we skip link speed, and Solo should be going for a Roach Warren instead, and should be going for a Roach heavy composition. That is typically what this opener leads into. Like, because your gases are so late, it's not typically worthwhile investing into link speed and getting into link bane. And Gumiho has yet to confirm. Gumiho diving into the main base, did open up double Reaper. Reaper into the main. Oh, going for the middle line, gets one drone. Nice pickoff. Does confirm lack of link speed. Spots that it wasn't researching. Reaper goes down. But of course, you also see his lack of link speed on the links themselves. Behind this, Gumiho getting into getting into a 1-1-1 into a fusion core. It's going to be a BC opener, most likely BC into mech. Now, the one thing that I'm concerned about here for Gumiho, if he is going BC into mech, is that Solar should already be working towards roaches. I say that Solar is getting link speed and pulling out of gas. This I wasn't expecting. So because this Solar, he might actually try to go link bane. Solar doesn't fully know what's going on. And now suddenly I think this is a little bit better for Gumiho. Overlord Scout attempts to dive in, but the Cyclone to deny. Overlord is going to be shut down. And the Overlord, what do we see? We get eyes on the factory, but not much else. One drone goes down. BC production has begun. And Solar has pulled back into gas. And I'm hoping that Solar goes lair first. If Solar goes double Evo chamber, then I'm going to be concerned. The reason for this, faster the lair, faster the spire, faster a way to deal with the BCs. Okay. It is going to be lair first. So it is going for the initial lair. Safe start out of Solar. Hellion Reaper dives in. Solar doesn't really have much to defend. Losing one drone, trying to keep up with queens. How many queens are we on? 7. 7 queens so far. Oh, it's gonna be BC into Bio. Stim is on the way. Okay. Oh, meanwhile, Cyclone goes down. There's nothing to defend. Oh my god, Gumio is caught with his pants down. And does the game end here and now before we get even into the BCs? As this is critical damage, 8 SCV kills, BC teleports across the map. There's still nothing to defend. Every worker is going to go down. And GG gets called. That's game. There was nothing at home. And Solar takes game number 1. GG. Remember at the start of the game how I was like, you know, sometimes Gumio looks like a genius and other times a little bit less so. Unfortunately, Gumio had literally no units. He had 1 Hellion. He made 1 Hellion and 1 Cyclone. He had no factory production. No factory production whatsoever. Because of that, there was nothing to defend. Once the Cyclone went down, that was it. That was game. There was just literally 0 to defend back at home. The BC got across the map, but I mean, there were queens ready in position. And with that, Solar takes a lead. GG, well played. Gumio, he was cooking. And I appreciate what he was making, but needed a little bit more time. Needed... Oh no. A little bit undercooked in the end. Oh, now I'm getting hungry. Oh! No shot. No! They may have started without me. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. So I would love to follow this series. I'd love to embrace the finale, but yeah, they just started without us. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. So yeah, I guess with that we're going to be going on an extended break. If there is an ace match, we'll be able to jump into game 3. Otherwise, we will be missing out on game 2. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. We were left out. But yeah, sometimes the players are just, you know, they just want to get into the games. I don't blame them. Don't blame them. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we will have either the ace match or the next semifinals. Until then, take this moment to get some snacks, get some water, get some food, drain your disruptors, massage your marines. We'll be back next time. We'll be back. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Cool. We have returned with the ace match, the ace match of this series. We missed out on game number 2, but we're at least going to be able to jump into game number 3. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of side Delta, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Cloud9. It is Gumiho. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Team Vitality. It is Solar. Here we go. And again, do apologize. Unfortunately, we were at least here for game 1. We missed out on game 2, but we're here for the finale. We're here for the ace match. As a reminder, the winner of this series advances on to the grand finals to face off against the winner of Shin and Clem. And we'll see how this story does end. When it comes to game number 2, it was on Oceanborn. I was able to get a glimpse of it over on Wardy's channel. Shout out to Wardy, of course. Wardy is covering everything in English on his channel as well. And it did go to more of a late game scenario. Was Lingbane Hydra Lurker versus a bio-based army from Gumiho. Very important to point out as well that I guess both in game 1 and in game 2, Gumiho did attempt bio. Well, I mean, it was a more quirky build in game 1, but in game 2 at least he had a much more solid follow-up, a much more solid mid-game as well. And Solo was struggling to keep up. And we'll see how things change in the ace match. For now, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Solar. You can see him scouting and checking with the Overlords, looking for any proxy locations. Likewise, back at home, Gumiho just going for a standard opener himself. Wait, calming things down, Pat. Calming things down. Down and settling in. And we'll see where this series does take us. We'll see if Gumiho does end up whipping out mech at some point. Side Delta is more wide open though. Larger map, wider open as well. Curious how Gumiho will approach it. Likewise, Solo just joining up. Taking his third and settling in. This time there's no crazy gasless opener. You can see Solo pulling out of gas, just getting the first 100, getting to link speed, and focusing on his mineral income instead. Focusing on those minerals. Were you able to eat? I did have a cup of yogurt. I was able to get a couple of spoonfuls of yogurt inside me. Let's go. It's gonna keep me going. Likewise, Gumiho rotating between the bases. Up! Getting eyes on the third. Solo's in position. So far, we're keeping up. But behind this, Gumiho going for a 1-1-1. Interesting. You do not often see this. But Gumiho going for a very aggressive follow-up. What I'm referring to, typically we would see a third CC. Here, we have a delayed third instead. So a much more aggressive start for Gumiho. This can lead into a Hellbound push. There's the add-on swap into Banshee production. I'm curious how many Hellions we invest into and whether or not we do throw down an armory. As the initial 2 Hellions, they do get past the Queens. Ahead for the mineral lines. Link speed kicks in. Ooh, and Solar, he will be able to keep up. He does shut down the first Hellion and the second and does not lose a single drone. Nice defense so far. Solar does deflect. Does preserve his mineral line. And behind this, we're getting to the tech lab on that rack. Should be for sim production. And still no third CC. Still no third base from Gumiho. Overlord Scout is coming in to get a read on what's going on. Gumiho going Hellion into Cyclone. That I was not quite expecting. Okay. Done with Hellions for now, getting to Cyclones. Overlord will get eyes on the 1-1-1. We'll confirm. Again, a very aggressive start here from Gumiho. Solar now aware that the third base is nowhere to be found. Hellions going for a dive, busting into the natural. When Solar he doesn't have enough wings. Not enough wings to defend. Hellions, they dive into the mineral line. Drones are going down. It's going to be 5 workers already. It is going to be a one-way trip. 5 drones, not too bad. Can the Hellions escape? Oh, they can! They slip away. 2 Hellions do make it out. Banshee into the third base. The drones are lighting up! Oh my god! Massive connections. 12 drones go down. They do line up. They do line up, 15 worker kills in total. Ay, ay, ay. And now Gumiho takes a third. Now the third is late, the third is delayed, but he's done critical damage. He has roasted a mineral line. Lings, they threaten the third, but there's Cyclones and Banshees to defend. More Hellions are amassing. And Gumiho finally embracing the mech. I'm assuming, as the Rax hasn't really researched him yet. Yep, there we go, double armory. Double armory on the way. It is going to be mech from Gumiho. And it isn't just mech, it's mech with an economic advantage. Ooh, as he gets 19 drone kills. They just keep going. The Banshee popping off. Solar trying to keep up, going in for Link Scouts, and we'll get eyes on the production. A continued factory production here. Solar is aware, Roach Warren's on the way, Overlord speed. It looks like Solar's going for an all-in. It does make sense. Solar, he's lost too many drones. He's lost too many workers to Solar. He is not resaturating the space. Overlord speed should signify Dropper Lords for a Roach Queen all-in. Yeah, the Queens are amassing, Roaches are on the way. It's all or nothing for Solar. One way or another, the game is about to end. Either Solar kills Gumiho or he dies trying. Because here comes the German taxi. German taxi is coming. Ling's getting caught out. Now is not the time. Solar, he's going to be delayed. He has to respond. He has to respect this. Let's rotate over. Saves the Overseer. We lost another cat. No. No. The other caster is Kelka. Kelka's casting in French. Saber's casting in Chinese. And I think Beelmoth is casting in English. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Anyway, here we go. Solar is committing. Does catch a couple of Hellions, rallying Roaches across the map. Here come the Drop Lords. Here comes a creep. And Solar, he can still pull this off. Does catch out a lot of those Hellions. Cyclones as well. Yeah, massive losses for Gumiho. Solar dropping into the natural. Boys are being pulled. Can he transfuse? Up. Barely not. One Queen goes down. The Queens, they will barely be able to transfuse each other. They keep each other alive. They keep each other going. As Queens are going down, Solar pushing in, busting into the natural. The wall is about to be broken, but the Queens are being cleaned up. The Queens are being shut down. God, that's 3 Banshees in the air. And there's only 2 Queens left. There's one Queen remaining. Gumiho will defend. He will clean up every single Queen and the Roach Ravager. 18 SCVs go down. That's good damage, but Solar needs more. Solar, he needs more damage. There we go. Lings, they rally into the third. More SCVs are going down. Solar needs to get more workers. 21 SCVs so far. And that's not enough. Gumiho, he still has not just a worker advantage, but mules. He just muled his natural. So Gumiho is still ahead economically. Solar was all in and is still all in. Now the hope here is for Gumiho to expose himself, but now we have tanks. We have a tank on the high ground, we have a tank on low ground, 4th CC on the way. It's looking better and better for Gumiho. Not like this. Here we go, Solar coming in with the second wave. Spreading creep. Rallying across the map. And denying the third is not going to be good enough. Yeah, the positioning is brutal. Solar could try to get vision and pile down one of the tanks. Overlord's pushing forward. Piles, they do connect. One tank goes down. But the Vikings, they shut down the Overseers. They shut down the Overlords. Does get the mineral line. Does get 17 SCVs. Yeah, third base is denied. Solar pushing towards the natural. At the same time across the map. Ooh, the Banshees are recapping. They get the Roach Warren. Roach Warren goes down. Early things to reinforce. The Hellbats, they wreak havoc. They get the mineral line. 11 drones go down. The longer this goes on, the worse it is for Solar, as he's losing even more workers. Yeah, the Banshees, they've been the MVPs of this game. They defended earlier. Now they counterattack. Solar trying to break through. Is attempting. Does get into the natural base, but alas, there's 2 tanks behind this. Hellbats as well. And with this tank positioning, Gumiho should be fine. He should be okay. He should be okay. There's 1 tank left. Solar has to back off. Behind this, the base is under fire. 3rd base getting back up and running. Solar down to 29 drones. He's still making more Ravagers. Okay, there's a world. If he can bow down... never mind. I was gonna say if he can bow down one of the tanks, but now there's 4 tanks. They are bunched up. That's still a lot of tanks. As the tank count gets higher, I have less faith in this army for Solar. He's droning. He's making a worker back at home. I mean, it was close. Solar, he almost broke the natural earlier with the first wave. Almost. Has been spreading creep. Okay. And if he's able to get creep under these expansions, then he can delay the 3rd. Solar can try to drone out of this. Emphasis on try, though. Because this army is still terrifying for Gumiho. Especially considering that Gumiho's on 4 CC. He's on 4 orbitals. Which is crazy. That's quadruple mule. Meanwhile, Hellions, they drop across the map. There's barely anything to defend. Yeah, Hellbats morph in. Oh, it's Heart of the Swarm. The Hellbat drops. They're dropping. Busting into natural. Catching out more workers. Oof. And again, these are still better trades for Gumiho. No, the drones! They get roasted. GG gets called. The Solar gets pulled apart. And Gumiho will take the series 2-1. Advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Hold. I got you. GG, well played. Congratulations. Congratulations. Oh. To Gumiho for advancing on. Advancing on into the grand finals, and we're going to be following, or we're going to be finding out who faces off against Gumiho in those grand finals. Who's it going to be? We're going to be switching scenes over, switching servers over, and heading over to the Americas, which means I need to turn off my VPN. Here we go. And this is going to be a rematch. Let's go. It's a rematch from last week's semifinals. We're going to be jumping into Clem versus Shin. Oh boy. Let us go. Do you need to remember to set things up? Clem versus Shin. Okay. We're all just jumping into the lobbies and getting the predictions ready. But for those who were not here last week, Clem did fall here in the semifinals of the Wardy TV Monday number 2 to Shin. Shin all-in the hell out of Clem. I still do remember, not Amphion, Dynasty. I still do remember Dynasty, where Shin was just all over Clem. Clem was just a little bit too greedy, a little bit too economic, and was punished quite hard by the all-in from Shin. So again, Shin cheesed the hell out of Clem. I mean, Shin also cheesed the hell out of Max Pax. He cheesed the hell out of everyone. And Shin was last week's champion. Can Clem get his revenge? That is the question. Can he get his revenge, and can he bring Shin down, or will history repeat itself? That's the question. Now, coming into this, even though Shin did defeat Clem last week, I do favor Clem, especially after that last series. I'm sure Clem is going to be a lot more careful. I'm sure he's going to be a lot more attentive when it comes to scouting, when it comes to responding, and playing safe. So, I'm sure Clem is aware. And Clem won't be making those same mistakes as he did last week. In saying that, I'm sure Shin is aware of that, and will maybe take a different approach. Let's go. We're jumping in. You can hear the beeps. We're loading into game number 1 of the upper semis. Let's go. I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for a back and forth. We'll see. We shall see. Why do we need a VPN for Korea? Just because our ping and latency to Korea, for some reason, spikes at peak hours. So, as you can imagine, using a VPN makes it smoother. I don't know if you noticed, but I think it was game 1 of... Before we get into the cast. I think it was game 1 of Solo versus Trigger. I don't know if you noticed, but there were in-game frame drops. And that is because of the higher ping to Korea. So that was specifically in game 1 of Trigger versus Solar. And if you notice in game 2 and game 3 it was a lot smoother. That's because I turned the VPN on. That's specifically for the Korean server. But here we go. We're getting into game 1. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of side Delta, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's time to get your Gamba going. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Again, will Shin... Will history repeat itself and will Shin take it again, or will Clem get his revenge? Best of luck in the chat as we have a 2x Reaper opener. Ooh, okay. So, bold move out of Clem. Bold move. It's going to be 2x Reaper. Shin did open up 15-15. Ooh, for a 15 variation, actually. Went for an extractor trick. Going for an earlier gas geyser. Now, the reason why I say this is a bold move, Byun doesn't do this anymore versus Shin specifically. Fun fact, Byun is fond of 2x Reaper. Again, Shin, Byun stopped because Byun got punished hard. Whenever Shin is up against this kind of opener, he is so quick and so willing to just all in. To go for earlier gases, get into link speed, maintain gas production, get into a Bailey nest as well, and all in after he defends. Now, the Overlord is about to realize what's going on. Shin already has link speed on the way, and you can see he pulls back in. Big moment. He pulls back into gas. This is a big tell. So Shin was in the midst of pulling out. Once he confirms this, I believe this is going to be for a Bane Bus follow-up. I believe. And it usually does well against Byun. Will it do well against Clem? For now, it's going to be on Clem to scout. As Clem dips in, is forced out of the natural. There it is. There's that Bailey nest that we did mention. Again, because Shin pulled back into gas. And right now, it's on Clem to realize what's going on. Otherwise, he's going to be vulnerable to this. You can see Clem is already transitioning. Marine production has begun. And Shin is massing up links. Oh boy. Shin is massing up links as we speak. And Clem still doesn't know. He does confirm no third base, but that's normal in this kind of game state. Links! Ooh. Not quite in position. Clem didn't get surrounded though. Did pull away. Behind this, Clem double expanding, natural base into a third CC in the main. Clem going for a standard transition. And Clem still doesn't realize what's going on. No bunkers. No bunkers at the natural. Add-ons are on the way. And the all-in, it's coming. Clem does get a queen. Massive pickoff. That would be a good pickoff if we were going for a longer game state, but here we go. Lings are moving out. And the goal here is to morph in those Banelings. Banelings going to be morphing across the map. The production, this is the army. 2 Marines. 2 Marines. That's all. 2 Marines and 3 Reapers. That's it. 2 Hellions are on the way, but the add-ons are exposed. And the Baneling's going to be able to knock down the reactor. Overlord gets eyes on the setup. Banelings have morphed in. We're waiting for reinforcements. These Hellions are going to be crucial. These Hellions can defend. Hellions morph in just in time. The Hellions have arrived. Ooh, Banelings are denied as well. So far, so good. But Lings, they still get the surround. Yeah, they collapse over the Reapers. They take down one of the Hellions. And this might still just be too much. We are wasting some DPS here, though. Yeah, the Lings, they were wasting some DPS. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. They bust in regardless. Now the Hellion has arrived. Oh, the SCVs, no! Massive connections! Hellions are cleaned up, and Shin, he has control of the natural. He has broken through. He has control of the natural waste. It is compromised. SCVs are going down. There's about to be another Hellion, but only the one Hellion. And this is game-ending damage. This is just far too much. Lings, they came to the main base. They're also here in the natural as well. The Hellion gets surrounded, and there's just nothing that Clem can do. He has one Banshee in production that will eventually kill everything. But what's left? What is left at this point? He's drone drilling here in the main base, saving whatever SCVs he can. Banelings are on the way. More Lings are flooding in. Clem, he's powered by copium a little bit here. He's got a little bit of copium back. As we're getting up to 27 SCV kills. Lings still at the natural. Banelings are waddling in. No big connections. Nice control so far to Clem. Up. Nice control. Doesn't really lose much, but Lings, they can finish everything off. They can and they will. And Clem, he doesn't want to tap out. He doesn't want to. He's like, not again, not like last week, not again. And Clem, he's fighting out the hard way. Why Beyond doesn't do this against Shin specifically? Like we called it at the start of the game. Like Shin, whenever he sees 2x Reaper, he is always so quick to all in with a Bane Bust. GG gets called, and Shin takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Strong start here for Shin. Again, it's one of those things where, mate, you think you can 2x Reaper Korean Zerg? Bappy. They are forged in the flames of Beyond, right? Like, Beyond, he's been embracing this kind of build and this kind of opener for the past, what, almost 2 years at this point? And Shin is very well practiced against it, and he's very good at punishing it, I should say. Very good at punishing. To the point that Beyond doesn't even touch it anymore. Yeah. And with that, Shin takes a lead. And now we're getting into game number 2. Here we go. Even without the duck trumpets? Yeah, I do apologize for the lack of trumpets. I do apologize. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amphion. We have the French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. I mean, I'm sure he can. We'll see if he can force the ace match. It is Clem. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Gaiman Gladiators, going for another 15-15. It is Shin. Ooh, Clem's doing it again. Okay, Clem's doing it again. He's going 2x Reaper for a second time. Now, what I will say, there's a lot going on right now. Shin is opening up 15-15, very safe opener. This is ideal against 2x Reaper. But clearly, after what happened in the last game, Clem is going to be more attentive when it comes to scouting. Remember, Clem did not get into the main. He did not scout the Bailey nest. He did not scout the gases. Clem wasn't able to confirm that Shin was going for an all-in. But here in game 2, I'm sure Clem is going to be a lot more adamant about scouting, as it is the same build. So again, 2x Reaper out of Clem, Shin 15-15 into an earlier gas. Now, the reason why this opener for Shin is very safe and is ideal against 2x Reaper is because he's able to get into earlier queens. Queen's going to be a little bit earlier than normal. I mean, I say that it was a 15 hatchery into, I believe, gas before pool. But it does mean faster link speed. And potentially faster Banelings as well. Just like the last game, we'll see if Shin pulls back in after 100 gas. If he pulls back in, it's going to be for a bust. The Overlord does confirm a lot faster. So Shin is aware of what's going on. Is going to be able to prioritize link speed. And again, does he stay in or does he pull out? What's it gonna be? Okay, he pulls out. We have the answer. He's only going into Link Speed. He is not going for the Bane Bust response, which I think is a wise move, especially because it already worked once. I don't think it's going to work again against Clem. So I do like this here from Shin. Reaper has arrived. Queen's about to pop out. The Queen will zone the first Reaper away. Second Queen coming in. It looks like Shin is just going for a standard response, just building up queens, droning, getting into a soon-to-be third base. And Clem back at home is transitioning. Factories on the way, soon-to-be add-ons as well. Clem only getting 3 Reapers, which is the bare minimum. The bare minimum to deny the third and to contain. Oh, as Clem does get a tumor. Not bad. Creep tumor goes down. Clem going into a third CC behind this. Again, standard follow-up. This is the same response that Clem went for in the last game. But this time, Clem is going to be punished. And the Overlord does confirm, gets eyes on the third CC. Shin is a Diva enjoyer. Shin pulling back into gas. At a more reasonable time, though. He's fully saturated on 2 bases, pulls back in, takes a third. And we'll see where Shin takes us from here. Likewise, there's the add-on swap into Banshee. So once again, it's going to be 2-on-1 setup into Hellion Banshee. This is the same build that Clem went for in Game 1. Confirmed. And now we can get into our game. We can get into our back and forth. Oh, saludos, papi, saludos. What are you saying? Okinawa, Chile, Brazil. Ah, Mr. Worldwide. I see. I understand. Oh, as the Hellions, they do take down one of the queens. Massive pickoff. One queen goes down. Another queen gets low. Shin is in a bit of trouble here. Queen is getting very low, forced to engage with the Lings, comes in for a surround, takes down a Reaper, but again, not the best trades for Shin. Has to pull back. Gets off a transfuse. Behind this, no spores are set up either. Shin, he didn't see the add-on swap. Uh-oh. Shin's not fully aware of what's going on. There we go. Spore now on the way in the main. Spore in the main base. Overlord does get eyes on Stim. But I don't see a Spore. Then there we go. Spore now on the way of the natural. These Spores are more in position for Liberator defense, not Banshee. And the first Banshee is moving in. Hits the natural. Yeah, Shin, he's not ready for this. Drones are going down. It's going to be 3 worker kills. 4 worker kills even. No Spore at the third base. Oh god. Yeah, again, this is a cheeky move here from Clem to go into Banshee over a 2-Rax opener. Is very unorthodox and does catch Shin with its pants down. And this is becoming too much. This Cloak Banshee on its own may just be ending the game. That's 12 worker kills already. Hellions dive in, they head for the mineral line. Ling's gonna try to engage. The Lings are getting roasted. And there's still no Spore. Yeah, there's still no Spore. The Spore has to reposition. 20 drone kills. This is game ending. You can't afford these losses. Not at this level of play. Hellions, they dive into the natural. They're still not done. Getting even more drones. Oh, 28 worker kills. Ay. And even though Shin scouted the third CC earlier, again, he didn't see the setup. He didn't see the tech lab on the starport. He was not ready at all for Banshees. Some people think the Invisible Man is good. Nah, the Invisible Flying Machine. As that is going to be 32 drone kills. Yeah, now Clem, he doesn't even have to stim and win. He can A-move, Fappy. can just walk across the map. We just see Shin with barely a standing army. Shin is supply blocked. Expansion is going to be going down. And GG gets called. There's not even a final fight. Clem will tie the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We're going all the way to game 3. To wind it back a little bit and to explain why that was so effective, is because when you open up 2-Rax Reaper, the standard follow-up, because you have 2 Raxes, is to go into a 2-1-1. Now, what is a 2-1-1? 2-1-1 is getting into your reactor, getting into your tech lab, getting into stim, and working towards a 16 Marine double medevac drop. That is the kind of standard follow-up. There are deviations. There's like 3-1-1, there's like 3 Rax follow-ups, there's 4 Rax follow-ups, but usually it's very Marine heavy, very bio heavy. Something that Clem did in game 1, or tried to do in game 1, and did accomplish here in game 2, is that instead, Clem goes for something that's inefficient. He goes for an add-on swap, gets into Hellion production, and gets his starport on the tech lab. Because of this, his Raxes aren't actually doing much. They aren't actually, adding much to the game, and Stim is heavily delayed, and Marine production is delayed. Likewise, Hellion Banshee is also delayed as well. So it is an inefficient follow-up, but it is also unpredictable. This is a better way of putting it. It's also something you don't really expect. Because of that, Shin had 0 spores. 0 spores in position, because why would you need spores in that kind of game state? Oh, let's do have a bit of a pause. So I'm basically Clem playing inefficiently to catch his opponent off guard, kind of metagaming in a way. That's probably the best way of putting it actually, was a metagame from Clem. Kind of using the expectations of Shin against him. And with that, GG. GG, well played. We're getting into the ace match.
Game resumed.
And here we go. We're settling in and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone. We have the French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. And Clem, once again, opening up 2-Rax Reaper. Now, Clem has gone for the same follow-up every game so far. It's been 2-Rax Reaper into Reactored Hellion Cloak Banshee. He's done it in game 1, did it in game 2, and because of that, the likelihood of Cloak Banshee working here in game 3 is lower now. Like, that was a cheeky build from Clem, but it's one of those things where I would imagine it only works once in a series. Now Shin isn't going to make assumptions. Now Shin is going to take things for granted, and I'm sure he's going to be more prone to scouting. Similarly to how last game Shin didn't go for a Bane Bust follow-up, because it's not going to work 2 games in a row. Likewise, I don't expect Cloak Banshees to work 2 games in a row either for Clem. But we'll see. We shall see. As a lot is going to come down to the early game. First things first, does Shin pull out of gas? Winding it back. Shin is moving out with the Overlord Scouts. He should be prioritizing the initial 100 gas for link speed. And once Shin realizes what's going on, does Shin revert and go back to a Bane Bust? That is a possibility. Shin is Ragnarok. Ragnarok name changed a couple of years ago. No longer goes by that ID. It's, for example, the reason why you wouldn't call Special Major anymore. Like, he name changed a long time ago. We don't call him Major anymore. We don't call Shin Ragnarok anymore. He's Shin. That's been the case for a long time. As the Reaper dips in. Yeah, it's like how Bjorn is crazy. Oh. As Shin does pull out of gas, so he's not going for a Bane Bust. Does Special still play? He does. Does still play. But he is not a full-time player anymore. So, right now, Special, he's like part-time. So, he's not as dominant anymore. I would say that currently Kelazur is the strongest player in Latin America. No longer Special. as the creep is going to be spreading. Lings are amassing here in between the bases. Shin is still droning. And back at home, are we going for the add-on swap? We have the tech lab, we have the reactor. Third TC in the main. And Clem, so far it looks like the same build. Yep, there's the add-on swap going for reactor to Hellion. And another add-on swap going for the Banshees. Okay, so it is the same build for Clem 3 games in a row. Every single game so far, it's been the same build. Shin punished it in game 1. Shin didn't scout it in game 2. Here in game 3, Shin sees everything. The Overlord Pillar does give Shin all the information he needs. Roach Warren. Interesting. I think I like this. So, if this was a standard game, I wouldn't, just because Cloak Banshees, they can completely shut down Roach Ravager. Like 1-1-1 builds, or I should say 1-1-1 variations can do quite well against Roach Ravager. But there's a difference here compared to a standard game. The production is at the natural. So if the Roach Ravager can break the natural, we can win the game. Because you can have the production, you deny any kind of factory and Starport production as well. Assuming that Shin commits to an all-in. We'll see. As Clem does move out across the map, Shin is still droning. Hits the natural. Shin trying to keep up. So far, so good. Again, Shin is aware of what's going on. Roaches are building up. Now the question becomes, again, is Shin going for an all-in, or is he just making roaches to defend? With the lair on the way, I assume it's just for defense. Ling Runby tries to get across the map. There are Hellions to defend. Hellions, they take a lot of hits. They have to back off. And Shin is droning. Shin is droning. Shin is getting a lair. So it looks like the roaches are just for safety. Ooh, but he does bleed out a lot of Lings. That's 14 Lings going down. Scan into the main, doesn't see much. Roaches are revealed. There is a Spore at the third, Spore at the natural, Banshee rocks up, and this time Shin is ready. Last game, Banshees, they showed up and they just ended the game. It was a little bit anticlimactic, but yeah, the Banshees, there was nothing to defend. This time, there are Spores. This time, Shin is ready. Shin, he will deflect. Plenty of detection. Hellions, they do bypass the main army, though, and this is what we needed, those Lings. Yeah, Hellions, they go for the mineral line. Drones are going down. Yeah, there was a massive opening, and Shin just barely could not keep up. Oh my god, the boys, they're lining up. Oh my god. It's going to be 8 drone kills so far. I say 8, it's going to be 11, 12. Another Hellion into the third. Queens are ready for this, though. 13 worker kills. Now, this... 15. Oh, God. This isn't game ending like last time. This isn't game ending like game 2, but this is critical damage. This is a mineral line. A mineral line goes down. As a result, Clem takes an economic lead. He has mules. He has his third base up and running. Shin getting another expansion, getting a fourth. But because Shin has to re-drone, and because he has to resaturate all these bases, it means that he's going to be lacking an army. Here comes the drop play. Shin, he has 3 roaches. This is the army. 3 roaches, soon to be 9. 6 more roaches on the way. But Shin is vulnerable, and Shin is supply blocked. Oh no. 6 overlords on the way. Shin, he's under a lot of pressure. He's in a lot of trouble, and if he can stabilize... I mean, he needs time. He needs time to stabilize. It's a lot of time. Banshees at the 4th. Roaches so far, they deflect the drop. Shin trying to get into Banelings, trying to get into Lingbane Roach Ravager. Oh my god. Shin barely does almost lose the queen. Barely saves it. Shin is keeping up. Hive is on the way. Bold move. I assumed the infestation bit was going to be for infestors. I thought it was going to be for fungals, but no, we're rushing into the hive instead. It's going to be risky here for Shin. Meanwhile, Spore isn't quite ready. Oh, it's going to be 3. It's going to be 4 drone kills going down. Gets one of the Banshees at least. Just a little bit of solace for Shin. But this has only been harassed, and now here comes the proper move out. Clemmy's going to be pushing, and Shin needs a lot to defend. He does have Ravagers, thankfully. He can try to slow this down. Bailing's speed just began. He does force a siege. And I'm going to be impressed if Shin can save the expansion. If he can save the goal, that's going to be crazy. Nah, there's no shot. Bailing's turning away the Marines. Tanks are sieging up. They're getting within range of the expansion. And Shin again, he's just struggling to hold on. Bailing's just now morphing in. Tank goes down. Gets a tank. Gets a nice concave. Still not enough. Gets a second tank. Shin, he barely has a buffer for his Ravagers. Hatchery does complete. More tanks moving forward. Shin doesn't quite get close enough to Bile. Oh! Attempts. Oh, the splits. Splits are too good. Clemmy's holding his own. He has 3 tanks behind this. 1 tank going to be Bile down. Shin trying to Bile down another tank. He will get it. Gets the tank. Gets both. The tanks go down. Shin, he saves the expansion. Very impressive. Saves the base. And we had some very meticulous splitting there from Shin. He holds, he survives, and now he counterattacks. Oh my god. Shin, calm down. Has to pull back. There are reinforcements. There's 3 tanks on the high ground. Shin has to respect it. He pulls away. Goal base getting saturated immediately. And Shin, he's barely holding on. And the question becomes, can Shin counterattack? He's hoping there's an expansion. There's no CC. Clemmy expanded towards the left-hand side. Planetary's up and running. Shin has not scouted, but now he knows. Clem Blackbear's going for a double drop. Shin did miss this. Uh-oh. Clem stimming in. Shin not quite in position. Leaves out 3 drones. Ling Scout does confirm the expansion. Now, Clem still has the economic lead. The supply does lie. Shin, he's up in supply, but it's inflated, so really is down in supply. Just because Roach Ravager is very inefficient. So Shin survives, but can he stabilize here? He is maxing out, getting into Ultra Tech. Upgrades are on the way, still on 1-1. 1-1 attack upgrades, I should say. Clem going for a double drop. Does catch Shin a bit off guard. Gets a Spore. Does target fire 7 drones. Oh my god. 7 workers go down. Shin has to re-drone. Lingze will delay the 5th. Not bad. Gets a couple of SCVs. Likewise, Shin is keeping up. Now, as both armies are maxing out, Shin, he has to get rid of some of these roaches. As we mentioned before, Shin, he has inflated army supply, and he has to refine it. Vipers are now in the mix. Ultras are in the mix as well. But still stuck with a lot of roaches. And Clem is securing his position, getting his 5th. Shin pushing in at the same time. Clem does hit that expansion. And he does get a CC, gets 2. Bailey's going for the mineral line. Up! The SCVs! Planetary goes down, 10 SCVs as well. Not a bad pickup here by Shin. Behind this, though, the expansion getting very low to that 1 drop. Roaches, they will be able to barely defend. Barely save the expansion. Shin did save his Vipers. Shin bleeding out his Ultra. 3 more Ultras on the way. Shin pulling back. Vipers are ready. Oh, getting the Ghost. He gets 1. Just the 1. One Ghost goes down. Shin going for a Roach counterattack. At the same time, can he save the expansion again? The expansion is barely standing. Nah, there's no shot. No saving it. We'll see if he can. Does commit in. Blinding Cloud to tanks. Tanks are being shut down. Snipes going off on the Vipers. And Clemmy will take the fight. Takes down 2 Vipers, takes down all 3. 3 Vipers go down, the expansion's gonna fall as well. Roach counterattack didn't really do much. Shin is hurting. Has to give up on the expansion. Has to pull away. There are 6 Ultras in production, but Ultras take a long time to build up. They take a long time. Shin coming in for the surround. Let's force the pickup. So that one tank with the low ground. We'll get the tank. We'll force Clem to back up. Another tank is set up. Instead, Shin rotating over towards the right-hand side. Likewise, so is Clem. Oh, and Clemmy got the gold. The gold base is up. Banelings are going to be rolling in. And the planetary does go down, but not the SCVs. And Shin trading his army for a base. Shin still needs to build up. Putting out some Banelings. Banelings are getting denied. Clem going for a split push. And Shin, he's having a hard time splitting up his army. Yeah, this drop is getting a little bit too much. Takes down the Ultra, takes down the Banelings. And Shin, he just can't keep up. As Clem is breaking through. Shin, he defends on the front lines. Not really. Being forced out into the open. The drop takes down the natural. 11 drones go down. Shin, he almost was able to stabilize. Casito, papi, casito. But not quite. And snipes are going off. GG gets called, and Clem will take the series 2-1. He will get his revenge and will advance on to the grand finals. Whew. GG. I'll find the horn. I'll find it. Oh, never mind. Hold on. There we go. GG, well played. Congratulations, Clem will take the series. Shin, honestly, I was very impressed that he was able to save the gold. If you remember, there was that moment where Shin, he was up against the wall. He had lost 15 drones. I feel like any lesser player would have died then and there, but Shin, he held on. He saved the gold base. He was able to get into Hive Tech, able to get into Ultras. He was still stuck with a subpar army, unfortunately. And again, even though the supplies were close, it didn't really tell the full story there with what kind of supply they were working with. So Clem did snowball out of control. Shin was unable to keep up. GG. GG, well played. Very impressive play there out of Clem. Very interesting build as well. Usually when it comes to these online tournaments and when it comes to the kind of setup that we had there, it did seem like Clem, he has found a build that he's interested in. I'm referring to 2-Rack Reaper into Banshee Hellion, and he's been having some fun with it. He's refining it, and we'll see what comes of it as well. Was able to catch Shin at least off guard, at least in game 2, and was even able to get a lot of damage done in game number 3 as well. So Clem, he's been cooking. He has been cooking. It's an interesting variation on 2-1-1, on 2-Rack Reaper, and no one else is really doing this either. We have seen Byun and Maru go for something similar, where they go for like a hidden starport in the main base, but it hits later. It does hit a little bit later instead. So I'm curious. I'm curious to see the evolution of that build and how it does evolve over time. Until then, though, GG, well played. We are now getting ready for the grand finals. It's going to be a best of 5 grand finals between Clem and Gumiho. I'll get the predictions ready. Here we go. So this way, I haven't seen NA's best Terran lately. You haven't seen Future? He's been around. He's been around, Pat. Diego as well. But yeah, I wouldn't say. I would say Specials maybe top 5 Terran in NA at the moment. Maybe top 3. Say maybe top 3. Medita Foxer, I would place Special above them currently. Even though Special is part-time, I would put him above them. I would place Kelazur and Future above Special. At their current level. Also, bienvenidos, Yedmi. Bienvenidos. It's been a while. Buenos dias. As we're getting into the grand finals, the finals are upon us. We're getting into a fresh best of 5. It's going to be a TVT between Clem and Gumiho. Buenos dias. And you know what that means? That means if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you believe will be this week's champion. I believe it'll be a first for either one. I don't think either Terran player here has won a Wardy TV Monday yet, but now they're coming in swinging, and best of luck. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Cloud9. It is Gumiho. We go. Who is number 2? NA Zerg. I think we spoke about this a couple of days ago on stream. I think I would say Reaper at the moment. I would say Scarlet specifically for NA. I would say Reaper's number 2, and specifically for the Americas, I would say Reaper is number 1. Just because Silky's retired, Jon Snow is retired. A lot of the other top NA Zerg players have stepped away. So I think I would place Silky. I think I would place Reaper up there. But for now, we are settling in. It is going to be double gas opener out of Clem, single gas opener out of Gumiho. So Gumiho is being more greedy, Gumiho is being more economic, going for a Rax expand, and Clem is being more tech heavy, going for a faster factory. Chairman Eric, I would kind of distinguish between NA and Latin America, but if you want to include like Mexico and Latin America, and if you want to say Americas, then sure. But I was distinguishing between the two regions. If you want to say Americas, then sure, you can include Latino America. But for the time being, we do see again Clem going for the faster factory, settling into his own natural. Again, a later expansion compared to Gumiho. And we'll see where our players take us from here. Because Clem went for the faster factory, he's going to have faster Cyclone production, can go into a Cyclone drop as well in the aftermath. Today's the same region. When we refer to the merged regions, we say Americas, not NA. At least myself. As Reapers, they move out across the map. Dipping into the main. So far, so good. Clem takes down the Marines, takes down both of them. Oh my god! Clem, calm down! No heli behind this. Cyclone is on the way, but very nice trades here by Clem. Takes down the Marines, takes down an SCV. Can he get 2? He can. 2 SCVs go down. Massive pickoffs. Of course, Gumiho does defend with that Cyclone, but nice damage by Clem. And now, even though Gumiho had a more economic opener, even though he had a faster expansion, now he is down in SCVs. He's down in workers. Clem takes a lead, just now getting to his own orbital, of course. Orbital is on the way. And from here, we can settle down. But again, because of the faster factory, Clem is going to be the first to move out with his Cyclones. Cyclone's going to be boosting across the map. Gumiho's Cyclone production a little bit later. We'll see if Gumiho can defend. Here we go. Clem dropping in towards that natural. Last Gumiho is keeping up again with the defender's advantage. Oh no! Oh my god! With the defender's advantage, does deflect, almost huts down the medevac. Clem has to calm down, and we'll be able to get out of there. Does slip away, thankfully. Oh. Does manage to slip away. Gumiho unable to catch him, and now we can calm things down. We can calm things down. Both players taking their third bases. Both players are expanding. It's going to be a tank Raven here from Clem. Likewise, Gumiho also embracing his own tank production. Tech Lab is on the way, soon to be Ravens as well. So both players are headed in a similar direction. I would not be surprised if we have mech at some point in this series, but here in Game 1 so far, it's a little bit too early to really commit to that. We're still settling in. And it's looking to shape up to be Biotank. There we go. Second Rax on the way for Gumiho. It is going to be Biotank. Raxes are on the way. And we should soon be seeing them for Clem as well. Raxes are in production. Going to be settling in. Eric peaked Dart twice in a row in the weekly cups. That's one of those like errors in StarCraft where that's gonna be burned into my skull. Casting ESL Open Cup Americas with Eric like popping off in ZBZ. Mate, that was peak StarCraft. One of those memorable moments of 2023. Good times, good times. To have Clem pulling back, keeping up. Gumiho is still just posing a threat with those Cyclones, but just with the two Cyclones. Still just building up back at home as well. Likewise, liberating to the main base, Clem was a little bit distracted to SCVs go down, and not just that, we are denying so much mining time. No mining whatsoever in the main for as long as possible. Gumiho doesn't even unsiege. Just denies that mining time. Clem cannot go back into mining. Workers? Getting stuck at each other for a little bit there. Now going back to mining. And the game will settle. There was an intense start to the game, that is true, but now we're going to be calming things down. Getting to our three-waste economies, building up tanks, building up marines. Looking at, when it comes to our high-tech units, it's double Raven here from Clem, and Gumiho actually never went into his own Raven production. My apologies. I assumed he would, but it looks like the Tech Lab was only for an add-on swap. So that is something to bear in mind, is that Clem has more potential with his Ravens, with his Spellcasters. Clem can try to break a position with Disables. And Gumiho won't have that available. Instead, Gumiho with a more marine-heavy composition. Moving out, meeting up with the main army, going for the Raven. Oh, the lock-on! Raven taking a lot of damage. Oh, the Raven barely does survive. Whew. Raven one shot away from going down. Oh, and that was not the fight that Gumiho was hoping for. Bleeding out a lot of marines. Has to pull away. Clem preserves his units. That Raven is on 4 HP. One more shot. Una más. Clem is moving out. Gumiho trying to catch out the army, but there are disables. Yeah, one tank goes down. The power of the Raven. Clem pushing forward. Trying to catch out another tank. Oh, does get a second tank as well. Gumiho bleeding off a lot of units here. Now down in tanks. Clem still has another disable. Meanwhile, Gumiho going for what looks to be a counterattack, maybe trying to catch reinforcements. Bold move out of Gumiho, leaving the bare minimum back at home. Does skirt around the edge. They do miss each other. Clem getting within range of the gas geyser. And Gumiho, does he come in for the surround? Tanks even dropping into the natural. Yeah, Gumiho's out of position. Boys are being pulled. These tanks are going to be cleaned up. 3 tanks going down. Gumiho pulling away. And he's still set up behind this. Clem dropping in once again. He's getting a handful of workers, but Gumiho is stimming in. The tanks are exposed. And he should be able to shut them down. He gets one, he gets both tanks. Tanks go down. Clem doesn't have much left here. He's gonna have to get the hell out. Clem does attempt to reinforce. Look at the unit tab, but Clem, he's now down in tanks. Still has that one Raven. Still up and running. And Clem does have the economic advantage. Oof, Raven gets sniped. Nice pickles here by Gumiho. And making the best out of those tanks as well. A lot of tank shots going off on Clem. Gumiho going for the tank as well, gets one. Oh, not sure if that was worth it though. And Gumiho bleeding out a lot of Marines. And now Clem, he can stim in. Oh, never mind. Clem gets denied. Gumiho is holding. He's holding on, taking a 4th base. It's a planetary. Clem taking his own. Still getting up and running. Oh, Gumiho is overextending though. Does lose a tank. Clem just keeping the pressure on. Clem still has a Marine lead. And can make use of that. Has the Viking lead as well. Oh! He's pushing forward. Does them in. We'll try to catch another tank. We'll get one. Gets 2. Clem is barely breaking through as well. He has enough Marines. He overwhelms the army of Gumiho. Takes on every single tank. There's one left behind this. Boys are being pulled. But that final tank can be targeted down. And it looks like Clem has finally done it. GG gets called, and Clem takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Very intense game, very close. Alas, Clem did have the initial stronger start though, was able to catch a lot of tanks from Gumiho and maintain that lead. There were definitely some good moments for Gumiho, is what I will say, especially with the surround coming in, and Clem was being a little bit careless with some tanks early on, but likewise, Gumiho was also bleeding off a lot of Marines throughout a lot of those fights. Throughout the game. GG. GG, well played. Clem takes a lead. But it's a best of 5, and I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping we can sink our teeth into this best of 5. We'll see if we can. Ooh. Eric is a 15 hatch build that I think still may be popular. I think so. Cap. Yes, Eric, he did popularize and he did innovate 15 hatch openers against Protoss, which became mainstream. Likewise, Eric also innovated the in ZVT going for drop lords and queen drops to spread creep across the map from your opponent's side of the map. If you remember, I think it was last year that Cyril saw that, and then Cyril adopted it himself, which was really cool to see. Really cool to see. But here we go. We're getting into our next game, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Cloud9. It is Gumiho. 15 hatch in ZVZ. He popularized 15 hatch in every matchup. I mean, Eric did it in every matchup. And before Eric going for 15 hatches, Zerg players didn't do it against Protoss or against Zerg. So we did start it in both matchups, which is really cool. I didn't catch on in ZVT until 2-Rax Reaper. Until 2-Rax Reaper kind of came into the meta. Meanwhile, Clem opening up. Speaking of 2-Rax Reaper, we do have it. We have a Rax back at home and a Rax across the map. That's a lot of best of ones, yeah. Unfortunately, the application that we use for intros, for the intros and for the fanfare and for the out of game score isn't working at the moment. That's why out of game it says TBD. So I do apologize, But that's why it's been silent. There's been a loud silence whenever we zoom in. Smooch. So I do apologize. I feel so empty without it. We've been casting for like, what, 5-6 years? And this is the first time that we're casting without the fanfare. It feels wrong. Feels smooch. You can imitate it, true. I mean, I do have the sound bites on a soundboard, but I'm sure if you listen, you can hear it's lower quality. Hold on. Here. Like you can hear it's like a little bit like crisper or like grainy on the edges. So it's like So I'll just stick with that for now. I can hear the difference. As second Rax is up and running, going Mass Reaper, and Clem is still flooding Reapers across the map. We'll see if he can catch Gumiho off guard. The Hellion is out, but the Hellion on its own cannot really do much. And the Hellion taking a lot of damage. CC is going to be delayed. Clem so far so good. Does lay the expansion. Gumiho stuck in his main. Pulling the boys to repair. Oh, no extra Reaper production. This is a bit of a greedy response here by Gumiho. Look at his Cyclone. And with help of the Cyclone, he will be able to shut this down. Forcing back the Reapers. Getting the second Reaper as well. And Gumiho, he will get out of this. He will survive. We have additional Reapers on the way. Clem, he wants that Cyclone. He wants it. Oh, he gets it. Cyclone goes down. And Clem, he fought so hard to kill one Cyclone. The problem is that now we have another. We have a second Cyclone coming down. And again, Gumiho should be fine. Should defend. Behind this, Clem back at home is taking his own expansion. Remember, his CC was delayed, which is also why it's important that Clem delayed the CC of Gumiho. So now they're similarly timed. And the economies are looking neck and neck. 28 SCVs for 28 workers of Gumiho. You have Clem getting into his 1-1-1, or soon to be 2-1-1. And from here we can calm things down. Clem rushing into a fast third. Likewise, so is Gumiho. Great minds think alike. Third bases are on the way. Ooh, and after an intense start to the game, we can take a moment to breathe, and we can settle into Alcyone, a much larger map. Before we settle in, to have Banshees moving out towards the left. Cloak is not researched, they are vanilla Banshees. Meanwhile, drop into the main. Clem getting into the mineral line. Getting 3 SCVs, boosting away. Let's boost away. Banshees, they do hit the mineral line, they do catch a mule. A couple of SCVs as well. Not bad. Okay, 3 up to 4 workers. Banshee does full. Clem does defend. Likewise, he himself isn't done either. Oh, the Marines are lining up. Will back off. So getting a couple of blows back and forth here. Losing some workers. Nothing too major. Banshees are still active. But again, both players are working towards their third base. So both players are going to be expanding. and getting into the mid game. We can't hear any difference? Nah. I can hear the difference. It's not the same, Bobby. It's not the same. Not like this. I demand the perfect fanfare. Only the best trumpets. Shaking my head. Clearly time to invest into a backup trumpet. One day. One day, we'll have the money. Oh, good. Medevac goes down. We'll have the money to invest into a little trumpet and into like a little drum kit. I still want the drum roll for the raffle whenever we do the random raffle. I'd like a little drum roll. One day. We'll get there. So we do have our main armies finally moving out. When it comes to our main compositions, we do have a Marine lead for Clem. Both players do have one Raven each. The Sable was not researched for Gumiho. Oh, the Raven gets one. Raven goes down. Trading a Raven for a tank. Better trade for Gumiho. Still has a kind of. I was gonna be like, he still has his own Raven, but Gumiho doesn't have interference matrix, so it's not as impactful. He can throw down an auto turret. He can throw down the anti-armor missile, of course, but not much more than that. As Clem is boosting in, up, and the Vikings. Does he spot it? He doesn't. Oh my god. Gumiho does miss the drop. Clem pushing in. Clem might even catch the Vikings. Oh. Yeah, the Vikings, they do turn back around. Clem does spot them. And he does them in. Yeah, Raven goes down. 1-2 Vikings as well. Massive pickoffs. Yeah, Gumiho gets caught instead. Clem is pushing in. Threading a dive. Going for a drop. I mean, it's much more viable now. The Viking count was cut in half. So Clem can doom drop into the main base. There is 2 turrets in position. 2 turrets towards the edge. Not much else. And Clem, he's going to be boosting in. Pulls away with a weakened medevac. Can miss to the dive. Can go for the upgrades. The tanks will siege and it's a brutal position. Gumiho cannot engage. eBays are going to be going down. At least one of them. He's going to try and stim in. Plus 2 is denied. Can he get the second? Not quite. Actually, Clem is holding his own. At the same time, Gumiho dropping across the map as well. SCVs are going down. And Clem is being cleaned up. He gets 26 SCVs. And Clem loses 19. But he denies the upgrade. We do have a back and forth. Gumiho dropping back in. Head up for the natural. Clem's ready for this. Kind of. Yeah, he has reinforcements. It does pin back the army. And we'll shut down the medevacs. Nah, there's no escape. The medevac will fall. Nice cleanup. In the aftermath, Clem has a slight worker lead. I mean, the worker count is pretty even. Gumiho has a 4th. Clem not yet. Clem just now starting his 4th CC. Actually quite heavily delayed. 4th base is delayed for Clem. Has the greater army. Is moving out. Has the better upgrades as well. It's about to have 2-2. Gumiho with 2-1. Next, moving forward. Clem stimming in. Yeah, we'll take down the Marines again. The Marines for Clem are just better. Takes down the tanks. Just 1 tank left. Clem, he wants that 4th base. Here goes for the stim. Picks off a tank. Has a decent concave, but Gumio still just can't hold his own. Not against this army. Has to pull back. Clem is so close to breaking this position. Gumio just keeps stimming in. He's crazy. Gets 1 tank, but loses every marina in the process. Not like this. Boys are being pulled. Gumio trying to jump on top of this. Yeah, but Clemmy's gonna punish this so hard. Shuts down the medevac, shuts down the marines. And Gumio plummets in supply. Losing every single Viking. Clemmy's within range of the planetary. And more tanks sieging up. Gumio trying to set up a surround or a counterattack. He's going for a counterattack instead with what little he has left. Gumio threatening a stim. Back at home, Clem has reinforcements. He's keeping up. Gumio does catch up with those upgrades. Is going up. The Liberator has arrived. Up! Up! The Liberator! It holds! Let's go! Just barely. Gumio has freedom. Takes down the tanks. And these tanks are exposed. They have no support. Gumio does catch, what is that? 5 tanks going down. Massive pickoff. Now it's Gumio's turn to be exposed. Has to pull away. Still very close. Gumio, he saves the expansion, saves the 4th. Clem... Okay. He's already got +3. He did forget +3 armor. So the upgrades are a little bit uneven. They're ready to be cleaned up. Clem trying to rotate over, looking for a way in. Gumio now finally happily mining from that 4th. This could still go either way. Was that the main? Yeah, well, it was. The main base goes down. Gumio being a little bit cheeky, floating over that CC. Was punished for it. Clem getting ready with the secondary army. Is looking to reinforce. Them threatening a dive. Gets a tank. Reinforcements, I stay back at home. Gumio stimming down. Gumio does have 3-3, but the tanks do siege. And holding his own, and now here come the reinforcements from behind. Clem is going for the ramp, he's going for the 3rd. Gumio in position, stimming in as well. The tanks are exposed! The tanks! They're on their own! Gumio gets 1. Just the 1. He does preserve his tanks. Trying to brute force his way through. Clem getting to his own starports, into Liberators, I imagine, into Vikings. Tanks are pushing forward. Clem with a massive tank lead, 11 tanks to 6. Tank volleys are insane. Pushing up the ramp, though, it's not easy. Clem unable to gain any ground, getting a 5th. Getting another expansion. Viking production has finally begun for Clem. It's something that Clem has been avoiding, but now getting into it. Ooh, getting to Viking Raven. Okay. Gumiho instead working on Liberators. Gumiho does have the air control. Until the Vikings are revealed. For a moment, I thought it was for a moment I thought he was floating over his natural. Has built another CC. Getting his own 5th. Clem rotating around. I mean, again, he's not really threatening anything here, especially after confirming the 5th base. As the Marines, they do waddle in. And there's not much to defend. SCVs are going down. Then pushing in between the bases. A rough position for Clem, though. Yeah, the Liberators have arrived, and Gumiho, he can just collapse in. Takes down a lot of tanks, but it's not going to be enough. GG gets called. Clem has too much to work with, and Clem takes a 2-0 lead. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Clem will take the 2-0 lead. Again, a very intense game there between Clem and Gumiho. For the most part, Clem, with that June drop into the main base, was able to get an upgrade lead with his Marines. Because of that, he was able to trade very well at the 4th. He didn't kill the 4th base, but was still out trading his opponent and able to get his own 4th base up and running. Clem is now 1 game away from becoming our next Wardy TV Monday champion. He's close, Pappy, he's close. I believe would be his first championship. As Bjorn won 2 weeks ago, and Shin won last week. So can Clem get his first? We'll see. Oh. Just making sure we have everyone involved. Clearly time to cause a draw. Oh no, not like this. I mean, I'm hoping for a game 4. I'm hoping that we can have more of a back and forth. But the pressure's on Gumiho. Pressure is on. One day you can turn up to a tournament live and commentate and do the intro live as well. Confuse everyone at the venue. True. Not wrong. That was my favorite thing about casting at ANZ Champs and like introducing the other Australian casters to the CranKy Duckling memes. At the time, we weren't really, the pants weren't as down as much, is what I will say. Not as much. But other things. But here we go, we're jumping into our next series, into our next game, I should say, into potentially the final game of the series. Spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Cloud9. Down in the series, he has to fight back Hero now to have a chance at forcing the ace match to extend the series. It is Gumiho. We go. If you this now I'm reminiscing from times gone by. If you missed it, I still think my favorite casting experience 100% was covering ANZ Champs. ANZ Champs. If for those who don't know, ANZ Champs, it was like GSL for Australia. There's a studio, ESL has a studio in Sydney, and I was a part of it. It was myself, Zeph, Maynard, Pig. We covered Australian StarCraft back in 2020 and 2021. And I think we still had a season in 2022 as well. And it was beautiful. The VODs, they're out there on like Twitch and YouTube, and I do recommend it. Is yeah, I think what I felt really good about as well, I think it was after the first season, is that Zeph and Maynard, they said that, like, because they're a lot more experienced, especially at the time than I was, that was the best like event they've ever done. Like, it was just a lot of fun, kind of casting from the studio and having, like, I don't know, good synergy with everyone else as well. Good times, good times. Good times. Ah. I was also back when the CranKy Ducklings had their Oceanic roster as well. We had Starduck, we had Oreo. That was when Oreo disrobed. Ah. There's a lot of stories. Involved in what happened. It's beautiful. For now, though, we're settling into Game 3. We do have an economic opener out of Clem, so Clem went for a Rax Expand. That is why the CC is about to finish. That is also why Gumiho's is still halfway done. Gumiho went for a faster factory. So double gas into a faster factory. So with this, Gumiho is going to have additional Cyclone production. A bit of a safer start for Gumiho, more greedy by Clem. We'll see where this takes us. Again, we're loading into Crimson Court. Crimson Court is... I mean, we've seen a little late game on Crimson Court. The reason for this is once you establish your center bases, and once you start expanding here towards the right and left-hand side, these fringe bases are very defendable. They can be quite difficult to really punish, just because you have to knock down rocks and clear up and open up mineral paths, and again, there are still choke points scattered throughout the map. So because of that, we have seen a lot of split map. We've seen a lot of late game on Crimson Court. We'll see if we can get there. We have to kind of like meet a threshold first before we can kind of gain access to the late game. But once we get there, we could be there for a while. We could. Until then, though, we do have, again, because Gumiho had the faster factory, Cyclone Drop, double Cyclone Drop moving out. Clem should have enough to defend back at home. There we go. Second Cyclone just now finishes. Clem has the tools to defend, but the Reaper, sorry, the Cyclones, they get into natural, get an SCV. They get one, they, oh, almost get another. One SCV so far. Second SCV goes down, delay on the Deeper, not bad. Nice damage here by Gumiho, but the drop is coming in. And alas, Cyclone will, Cyclone, Clem should try to shut this down. Alas, he's going to be zoned away. Gumiho does take the better trade. Does maintain himself. Clem trying to keep up. Gumiho looks like he will get away. I say that. Oh, do we get a lock on? Not quite. Gumiho will escape. Behind this third CC. Gumiho has not started his own. Interesting. So Clem will have a pretty big advantage when it comes to the third base timing. There we go. Third base now on the way for Gumiho. Again, he was hyper-fixated on his drop. He does manage to get away, just barely with those Cyclones. Does slip away. And now we can calm down. We can calm things down. We can settle in. I do want to favor Clem's position, even though Gumiho was able to get some SCVs and be a nuisance. The fact that the third base is so fast here is going to be such a big lead here for Clem. Triple Mule, triple SCV production for that much longer. But the question becomes, can Clem actually land the third and get it up and running? Nice snipe. Clem, he gets one. Oh, doesn't quite get the other. But gets one Cyclone. Pulls back. Third base getting up. I was thinking about the pants being down. Oh no. It's fine. It's fine. I didn't have that saying back then, or I didn't emphasize it as much. That was back in the time when players used to actually wear belts and their pants, they were up. It was crazy. I don't know what happened over time. They just lost that skill. Like, oh no. They're animals. Belts are out of fashion. Not like this. Gumiho is moving out. Pushing towards the third. Likewise, Clem, once again, I don't know what it is here, but I don't think Gumiho has reached disabled a single time this series. It's going straight for Vikings. Scans ahead of time, and Gumiho does have a tank lead, but, I mean, Clem has Interference Matrix. Speaking of, Raven harassed into the main with auto turrets. Clem does maintain his position. 4 SCVs go down. Oh, but there are Vikings to defend. And can the Ravens escape? They do get 4 workers. Ravens are getting low. These are going to be expensive losses. We get one Raven. We get one. Going for two. Okay, the Ravens will get out. Two of them at least. And what's concerning is that despite that damage, Clem still has a worker lead. Clem is on 63 compared to the 55 of Gumiho, and that's because of the third. Because of how fast the third base was. So that was some okay damage for Gumiho. It wasn't quite worth it in the end. Still lost a Raven. And Gumiho still has to play catch up. And again, these Ravens aren't as useful or impactful for Gumiho. Clem is moving out. Have a line of 5 tanks. Now, breaking the siege line, even with Ravens, is still going to be difficult, so Gumiho can survive, can defend. And we spoke about this earlier when we were alluding to how late game is a little bit more commonplace on Crimson Court, and this is a reason for it. Like, this choke point, this ramp, can be difficult to break through. Likewise, this choke point towards the left-hand side as well. So Gumiho can fortify. He can just turtle up, defend on 3 bases, slowly get the center 4th base, get this 5th base as well, and head into a late game setup. We're not there yet, but Gumiho can do so. He has the potential to slow the game down. 4th TC's on the way. Clem getting a 5th. Clem still maintains an economic lead. If you're out there now might be a time to like order some food. I mean, Clem is being active with drops, so he has his main army. He has a double drop on the right hand side. Can Clem break Gumiho before he does wall up? Before he's completely in his shell and gone full turtle mode. I mean, we have some turrets, we have Marines patrolling. Clem is getting ready for a dive. Gumiho is ready for this, though. Clem double expanding, getting a 6 CC. Sorry, a 5th base even. 5th base on location. Gumiho will deny it. Nice pickup. Forcing a cancel. Likewise, Clem denying the center expansion. Clem reinforcing, getting up to 6 medevacs. He's crazy. Gumiho denying mining, at least trying to. Gets 4 workers. Clem is going to commit in. He's going for the dive. Does Gumiho react in time? Does he stim? He does. Stims in. Gets 1 full medevac. Gets 2. And 2 medevacs go down. And I'm not so sure this is quite worth it here for Clem. Yeah, he's going to lose everything here. Does get a mineral line, though. Yeah, every medevac does fall. Gets 17 SCVs. That's not nothing. That's something. Gumiho attempting to expand. I'm sure Clem was hoping for more, is what I will say. I'm sure he was hoping for a better trade and maybe some production. Gumiho does take a supply lead. Another double drop from Clem. Gumiho pushing right down mid. The main armies are about to clash. Clem, is he paying attention? The tanks! Tanks are going down. Massive pickoff. Yeah, the tank out is reset and Clem, he's in trouble. Now it's the time for Gumiho. Pushing right down mid. GG gets called and Gumiho, he takes the game. And we are going to game 4. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Clem, unfortunately, committed to a doom drop, lost so many Marines in the process. Likewise, Clem, you know what happened. He was caught with his pants down, pap. He was caught out of the open, out in the center of the map, and he lost every single tank. Just like that. GG. GG, well played. We have a series. We have a back and forth. Gumiho has a little bit more momentum going his way, and we'll see if we can force the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. So we're getting into our next game. Going to be loading into Ghost River. I'm hoping we have everyone. Hoping. So we are loading into our next game. Clem still has a lead. Clem still needs only one game to become our champion. We'll see if Gumiho can bring us to the ace match. I'm hoping he can. I'm hoping we can get a game 5. The pressure is still on. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. Leading the series 2-1. Still needs one more to be our champion. It is Clem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Cloud9. Fighting back, putting a point on the board. Can he do it again? And can he bring us to the ace match? It is Gumiho. Oh, he's going for a proxy. SCV moves out across the map. The Rax is about to be thrown down. Gumiho looking to spice things up here in our next game. Now, this is a very interesting location for a proxy, because if this was Proxy Reaper, for example, the Reaper would have to go the long way around to actually hit the natural. Clem's going for his own. Let's go! Great minds think alike. We're going for a proxy, and so is Gumiho. The Raxes are being thrown down. Now, Clem is going for 2 Rax Reaper. He has 1 Rax back at home and 1 across the map. Meanwhile, Gumiho went double gas. Is this Proxy Marauder, or is this Rax into Factory? Gumiho's cooking. There's something going on here. Show us what you got. Factory or add-on. Floating in for the add-on, I assume. So Proxy Marauder? Question mark? Yeah, Factory's on the way. I think Gumiho just dies. I'll be honest. When this Reaper gets into the natural, there's nothing. There's just nothing here. And as long as Clem doesn't get surrounded, then even 1 Reaper should be enough to kill everything. Assuming there's no surround. At the same time, this is taking so long. Again, Tech Lab's on the way. That's going to be from Marauder production into, I imagine, like Proxy Hellion or Cyclone to support. I mean, Gumiho's army is also going to be quite intimidating. We'll see how this all turns out. As Clem hasn't scouted, but again, there's nothing at home. We could end up in a weird kind of base trade scenario, but the Marauder is vulnerable to SCVs. Here we go. Clem is going in. Oh boy. And there's nothing here. there's SCVs. That's all there is. SCVs are going down. Boys are being pulled. Oh, going for the surround. At the same time across the map, the 1 Marauder has to go into the main. The Marauder is revealed. Boys are being pulled. Bunker is on the way for Clem. Hellion has arrived. He's going to dish out a lot of DPS here to those SCVs. Yeah, the boys are getting low. The 1 Reaper goes down. The Marauders are falling. Meanwhile, across the map, the Reapers are wreaking havoc, and they're getting every single SCV. Oh my god. And it looks like the final Marauder. Can it go down? Up! 1 more! It lives! The Marauder lives! Behind this, the bunker is done. And there's a Cyclone on the way. Meanwhile, across the map, there's no workers. There's no economy here for Gumiho. What you see is what you get. And technically, I mean, Clem can also lift up his buildings if need be. The bunker's still secure. 3 Reapers racing back home. Cyclone is almost done. And these Reapers, they should be able to snipe at least 1 Marauder. Reapers, they reinforce. Clem, he has an economy, he has mining, and this might just be how the series ends. Like again, like it was basically a build order loss, just because there was nothing to hold on. So Gumiho has no economy and Clem does. It's just how these builds work out, unfortunately. Gumiho still has potential. So Hellion does fall. And Cyclone gets a lock on. 3rd Marauder has arrived. Down to 2. Down to 1. GG gets called. There's nothing left, and Clem will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's Wardy TV Monday champion. GG. GG, well played. Hold on. Where's that trumpet? There it is. GG, well played. Congratulations to Clem. An unfortunate way to end the series. I mean, it was spicy. It was a lot of fun for Gumiho to go for the Proxy Marauder with Hellion support, Proxy 111 essentially. But as we saw, unfortunately, because Clem had gone Proxy Reaper, I mean, that's kind of game then and there. The only chance that Gumiho had was if Clem was preoccupied, like if he was distracted, and if he got his Reaper surrounded. If he got his Reapers across the map surrounded by the SCVs, then Gumiho could shut that down, go back to mining, and sustain himself. But that was really like the only real chance, is that if Clem just had a lapse in control or a lapse in attention. Outside of that, though, outside of Clem making mistakes, like he was fine. He was fine. GG, well played. GG, well played. Congratulations to Clem. And with that, Clem is going to be our champion for the first time. Very well done. Clem, he was playing in weeks past, but he was being knocked out in the quarterfinals or the semifinals. I mentioned before that last week, Clem did drop a series to Shin. Shin was able to cheese and all in the hell out of Clem. And even here this week, Shin and Clem went all the way to the ace match. It was pretty close. It's a pretty close series between Clem and Shin. Clem got his revenge, and with that, Clem takes the tournament. Congratulations. Very well done, very well played. And I believe there is another Wardy TV Monday scheduled for next week. For those that are curious, these online weeklies have popped up. I mean, all of us have kind of propped up our own online weeklies to kind of step in during the off season. There's still no word from ESL, but I mean, again, we're still going to keep these going, keep these running until we do hear an update regarding the next season of EPT, next season of the ESL Pro Tour. So next week is going to be the next Wardy TV Monday. Likewise, our next cast here on the channel is going to be in a couple of hours. Let me just double check what we have going on. Our next event is going to be in 9 hours time. So here on the CranKy Ducklings in 9 hours, I know that is a bad time for Europeans. It's a really rough time slot for Europeans. I think it's like at like 1, 2, 3 a.m. in the morning, depending on where you are. It is a more friendly time zone for people in the Americas and in Asia as well. It is the Orstosaurus Cup. Orstosaurus Cup is going to be in 9 hours time here on the CranKy Ducklings, so that is going to be our next cast. I'm going to be getting some food, going to be getting some sleep, getting some veg, and waking up and jumping into another cast. Let's go, Poppy, let's go. So that is going to be the next cast on the channel. But if you are unsatiated, if you still want some more StarCraft, then there is the KSRC, which is the Kalaris Steadfast Roddy Cup in 1 hour. In 1 hour's time. That is a more European-centric online tournament. Some of the Koreans do stay up and do try to play in it, but it is mainly focused for the Korean region. So do check, sorry, for the European region. So do check that out. So if you want some more Max Pack, some more Showtime, some more Clem, and many others, then they've got you covered in the KSRC Cup, or KSRC. Otherwise, thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for the support. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Oh, also have to pay out the predictions. Of course. I got you. Predictions are paid out. Game's over. We can calm down. Yes, we can calm down. True. Can calm down. Exclamation mark 80s. Oh, let's go. The best trailer. The best trailer. If you missed it, check it out. It's beautiful. KSRC, yeah. That's happening over on the European region. But otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. If you want to help support, yeah. Yes. KSRC equals Steadfast Roddy Cup. It's the Kalaris Steadfast Roddy Cup. Yeah. But yeah, we are going to be wrapping up here for the day. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you want to help support us, you can follow us on all the social medias. You can follow us over on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. We post whenever we go live. Likewise, we're also live on YouTube as well. We're live on YouTube and on Twitch. Our VODs are also instantly available on YouTube if you wish. So we got you covered with that VOD content. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thanks so much for watching. You can also support us by subscribing. You can support us on Patreon as well. We have a Patreon page set up to fund our tournaments. So if you want to help support the StarCraft scene, you can do so via Patreon. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching. I'm going to be getting some food, getting some rest, going to bed, and we're going to be back here on the channel in 9 hours' time. So set your alarms, mark your calendars for the next cast. Outside of the next cast, do we have anything else this week? Let's just double check. I think it should be the Orsosaurus Cup. We have Code for Giants Cup on Wednesday, and then we have Pondcast on Thursday. Our weekend is looking that's still a little bit jam-packed as well. Still looking intense. So yeah, look forward to it. We do have a cast every single day, at least until Friday, and then we'll most likely be doing other kind of streams. And because we've been so busy today, I wasn't able to have a ladder stream. I should be having a ladder stream tomorrow after the Ursasaurus Cup. I should be, depending on how tired I am. We'll see. Otherwise, thanks for watching, thanks for the support. Stick around, we're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid, so give them some love, give them an opportunity, and we'll see you guys tomorrow in 9 hours' time. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.